All right, everyone. Good afternoon. Doing an earlier stream today. Try to get as much information out to as many people as possible. So, if you're watching on Facebook or YouTube, feel free to drop any comments or questions you may have. I will get to them as soon as I possibly can. First, set up my alert box. Okay, we are good to go. Hello everyone on Facebook and hello everyone on YouTube. Trying to see if we have anyone on YouTube yet. See, we have a few on Facebook. Hello, good afternoon. First, I was anticipating going live later in the afternoon, but then I decided I've got the time. Let's go ahead and do a more long-form live stream today, barring any future setbacks. So as usual, starting with satellite imagery and radar overlay. Those elevated showers came through earlier. Still a few up in the Blaine area right now, but other than that, radar's mostly clear around western Washington. What's not clear today is the sky. See these high clouds moving over the Puget Sound right now, a combination of mid and low level clouds around the rest of western Washington. So it's going to be a mostly overcast day today around the area. But watch out, because this is what's coming for us starting tomorrow. Going to get the leading edge of this next atmospheric river. And yes, I use that forbidden word, which for some reason triggers a lot of people. But anyways, it has a fetch of moisture all the way down towards the subtropics. This is Hawaii down here for reference. So it is tapping into that subtropical moisture, which as a result will raise the snow levels and increase flooding concerns. Two rivers along the foothills, including the Skykomish, Snohomish, Snoqualmie, and Tolt rivers. We'll also be watching the Stillaguamish, Skagit, and Nooksack as well for possible flooding concerns early next week. The systems coming in now are going to be sort of a precursor of what is to eventually come. I'll show you guys this right here, right now. New data hot off the press. Here's the system coming in Friday night. Gets pretty windy around the area. Over in the foothills, quite a bit windy. See, this has the Mount Rainier area hitting close to 60 miles per hour, but this could be an overestimate. Sometimes this model does overestimate, but this is the most reliable model here, the European, that I've seen when it comes to wind forecasts around the area. So yeah, showing a little bit breezy around the area on Thursday, but nothing terrible. It's only around maybe 25 to 30 mile per hour gusts over the Puget Sound, but like I said, nothing major Thursday expected. Be watching the winds pick up a bit as we go into Friday afternoon. And it'll be a bit breezy going into Saturday morning as well. Even Saturday night's a little breezy, but we have a small little period of recovery before that Sunday system comes in. Once again, looking pretty windy on Sunday too. Again, nothing major, but the possibility is there for some strong breezy winds around the area. Getting up to blustery level across some parts. We'll be watching as well the westerly surge coming down the Strait of Juan de Fuca. So some areas including Whidbey Island, Fidalgo Island, San Juan Island, Sequim, Port Angeles, and Port Townsend could get some wind gusts up above 40 miles per hour at times with this next westerly surge. Coming up on Friday. See, picking it up pretty good up here. This has 40 miles per hour for the greater Oak Harbor area. This would be between 4 a.m. and 10 a.m. on Saturday. So next system Sunday, and then the potential for a much stronger system coming up on Monday going into Tuesday. This is the incoming Pineapple Express / atmospheric river that's been making some headlines around the area. The Monday-Tuesday timeframe could be our strongest atmospheric river of the year by far. and just overall of this season, which of course has been pretty tame for the most part. But we're really going to get this storm train going when this high pressure over us begins to sink to the south. This will allow the plume of moisture to move almost directly over the Pacific Northwest. And some of it could park here for a little bit too. Like this next wave of systems from Monday onto midweek, it's going to stay relatively over a single area. And then the potential here, we're going into fantasy land here. This is 12 days in the future, but showing some strong frontal systems going into the following week as well. This is almost 2 weeks in the future though. So like I said, take this with a grain of salt. It's even picking up a really strong westerly surge, a whopping 14 days in the future too. Is it going to happen like that? Highly unlikely, but the possibility is there. So lots of things to watch coming up over the next few days, and you know where to watch it. Here with your friends at Puget Sound Stormwatch. So we have 18 viewers on Facebook. Hello everyone, thank you for liking and reacting to the stream. If you guys like the stream coverage so far and want to see future stream coverage, go ahead and share with your friends if you're interested in additional streams like this in the future. And also, if you'd like to help out, we highly encourage donations as well to keep this going as a full-time service. You can send it in the form of stars here on Facebook if you're watching, or if you're on YouTube, I've included the link to several ways to help support Puget Sound Stormwatch, including the Stormwatch store, Patreon, and a site I like to call Ko-fi or Ko-fi. Still don't know how this is pronounced, for additional donations in the future, in the form of one-time or monthly donations, just to help Puget Sound Stormwatch stay up and running full-time. But yeah, let's go look at some high-res imagery real quick. The new 18Z NAM is hot off the press, so we'll go and load that real quick, see what it shows over the next 60-hour period. We're going to zoom in a little bit to the Washington sector. So starting out Wednesday afternoon, that's today. Again, a little breezy around the area going into tomorrow morning. In terms of tonight, you could feel a little breeze up here north of Everett, but again, nothing major coming up in the very short term. Then it gets a little breezy down here around the South Central Sound and the Southwest Interior as we go through tomorrow morning. Also gets a little breezy off the coast when that next frontal system begins to move in. Notice the sharp cutoff here. That's our next little cold front feature coming in. The warm front is what brought some of the rainfall earlier this morning. Let me go check and see if we have any measurable accumulations around the area. Let's go check the last 12 hours. Anything with the red, ignore that, they're outliers. But other than that, a few stations picked up some rainfall, even if it was a little trace around the area. And once again, mainly north of Bellingham here. Some areas got over 1/10 of an inch of rainfall in the last 12-hour period. And a few areas down here got a trace as well, but mainly Snohomish County northward. A few traces here along the coast and a couple hundredths here and there, including 0.03 inches near PLU. Midland Waller area here. But outside of that, not much in terms of measurable precipitation around the central Puget Sound at this time. So yeah, this is tomorrow at 12 p.m. showing wind gusts in the 25 to 30 mile per hour range across the Puget Sound. And notice it gets windy on the east slopes as well when this next cold front comes through. If you know anyone who's on the east slopes of the Cascades down near Easton, Cle Elum, Thorpe, and Ellensburg, tell them it'll get a little breezy tomorrow afternoon when this front comes through. But once again, not expecting anything major down there at this time. However, that is eligible to change here in the future. Then we start to pick things up going into Friday morning after the sun rises. And you notice some areas get up close to 40 miles per hour down here if what this model is showing is correct. And stronger winds over the east slopes too. See, this has 50 miles per hour just outside of Ellensburg over the hills of Kittitas and Chelan counties. This is around where Blewett Pass is. So it could get 50 mile per hour gusts over some of the eastern ridges. And it's a little bit windy here over Mount Rainier as well. a usual windy spot when these frontal systems come through. And then remaining quite breezy, even a little blustery as we go into Friday. And then when Friday night hits, you notice we're getting up towards 40 miles per hour here again over the Central Sound. It has around 38 miles per hour for Seattle and 33 for Tacoma. A little bit of a break in wind for Everett as this westerly surge comes through, but getting close to 45 miles per hour again for susceptible parts of the Strait of Juan de Fuca, southern Vancouver Island, and the Salish Sea region. Keith Capolero, good afternoon. Welcome in. Thank you for joining us today. So, this would be the most likely area for a convergence zone to form, somewhere over central Snohomish County, if what this model again is showing is correct. Do note that sometimes the model I'm using does overestimate a little bit, but it has good agreement right now with the favorable European model. So, good agreement so far in the short range for what's coming up through this weekend. Just something we'll have to really eyeball over the next few days to watch for any significant changes. So this has winds really picking up around 8 a.m. Friday morning, and then lasting across the area through the end of the period, which is all the way into 10 p.m. so far. We'll have to wait for additional model runs to really go a little bit farther into the future. I can shrink it down to the regional run, but this has about 4 times less resolution, but it goes out 24 hours longer. And so it shows things picking up again Saturday night around the region. Not too much down here in Tacoma, not much in Everett, but we'll have to wait for the higher res imagery to really begin coming out. And 18Z HER shows similar. This goes out to 48 hours. So really nothing around the area today. And then starting to pick up pretty sharply when that front comes through tomorrow morning. Has about 30 miles per hour for Tacoma at 5 p.m. tomorrow. And not much north of there. And then a little bit of a break for the area, and then it only goes out to 10 a.m. on Friday so far, but has it picking up a little bit again around that time. So good overall agreement on timing between the models. Just looking for more agreement when it comes to intensity, which is once again something we'll be watching extremely closely as time goes on. I'm showing you ensemble members now. This is a tool that meteorologists and hobbyists like myself use to average out several model runs with different starting conditions. And this shows percentiles. So shows the 10th percentile on the left and the 90th percentile on the right. 10th percentile means this has a 90% likelihood of happening, meanwhile a 10% likelihood on the right. So you're most likely going to see the solution on the left rather than the right around here. And even the ensembles have us likely getting up towards about 35 miles per hour Friday afternoon, which of course it's a little bit less than what the deterministics and the high-res models are showing, but good signal for some wind around the area. And also picking up on this westerly surge too. So he has about 47 miles per hour here north of Sequim and Port Angeles. At around between 4 and 10 p.m. on Friday. And then it has us, the 10th percentile here is around 21 miles per hour for Tacoma and Seattle as we go through Sunday afternoon. So a little bit less on the ensemble runs. But see, on the 90th percentile, which is the least likelihood of happening, it does have some pretty intense numbers here on the right side of that graph. 48 miles per hour in the 90th percentile. Once again, can't stress this enough. This is unlikely to happen, but still possible to happen. Most likely we'll see the numbers on the left side of the grid here. And then this is a look at the extended in the future. See, for the following Monday here, the 15th, this is out almost 13 days though, so. Keith says, getting my anemometer handheld wind speed meter today. All right. Yeah, I have one of those that I got about 6 years ago or so, but I just checked it and the batteries are dead. So eventually I'm going to have to replace the batteries on that to get good readings. But that was sort of my little travel setup when I would actively go out and chase these events a few years back. But I've kind of resorted more to the home streaming format, and that's what seems like the audience likes the most. Of course, I haven't tried live streaming a chase ever since I've gone full-time, so more people would probably be interested in a live stream chase than a live stream discussion here at home. But unfortunately, the financial situation isn't quite favoring that anytime soon, so it's unfortunate, but it is what it is. Let's see. Let's see what the AI forecast system has to show. This doesn't show wind gusts, but it does show sustained winds and wind barbs to indicate direction. So this has winds picking up out of the southwest down here over most of the Puget Sound as we go from Friday into Saturday. So he's starting out of the south, very light, and then shifting to southwesterly on Friday. Bluetooth capabilities. Wow. Interesting, Keith. Yeah, mine's a very simple one. I think it just measures wind speed. I don't think it does temperature or wind chill either. It's just a pretty simple one, but it's worked good for me in the past. So yeah, our winds are mostly going to stay onshore here with this upcoming pattern. So we're not expecting too much east wind activity or much when it comes to Fraser River outflow if you're north of the Bellingham area. Even shows a low pressure system making landfall here out almost 14 days in the future. So yeah, wind direction is going to be onshore for the extended duration. See what the AI has to show for total precipitation around the area. It's pretty ridiculous amounts as you go out to 360 hours. And a lot of the deterministic models, even the ensembles, are showing some ridiculous rainfall totals. Some of this in the form of snow in the higher elevations, but for the most part, with the subtropical moisture coming in, this is going to result in elevated snow levels, possibly higher than even Stevens Pass, which is around 4,500 feet. Most of it's going to stay above Snoqualmie, though, as a heads up, so we're expecting very limited travel interruptions over I-90 over the next week or so. Going to be higher than White Pass for sure. See, this has a majority of the rainfall coming down in one big chunk with Monday's atmospheric river system. Several inches possible over the next 2 weeks if this storm train really continues its path over us. Let's see, European deterministic. Yeah, similar numbers. Picking up on the rain shadow too. The rain shadow is not going to affect us too much over the next couple of days because the flow is out of the northwest. So a little bit more rain shadowing here over the South Puget Sound possible with that. But then once that high pressure moves to the south, it's going to allow the southwesterly flow to return with its usual position of the rain shadow over most of Island County, Port Townsend area, Sequim, and parts of the San Juans. I'm going to take a guess and say that YouTube's notifications are still acting up. Kim Leonard, hopefully you will be live with us for all this. I can't guarantee I'll be live the entire time, but I can at least make live streams happen the nights before events and even during as well. I'll just have to plan around the weather and see what is best for the channel and for the rest of you. Let's see, GFS. GFS goes insane down here. It has over a foot of rain falling for Hoquiam. over the next 16 days. That's just absolutely beyond me. It's possible, but unlikely right now. Look at the size of that rain shadow over this general area up here in the North Sound. Again, GFS is a lower resolution model, so it doesn't really exaggerate the terrain that well compared to the other ones. But it could be severely overdoing or underdoing some of these amounts, which is why I don't usually use it for diagnostics when it comes to the weather. And then the Canadian regional. This doesn't allow me to zoom in farther than the regional sector, but this goes out to 10 days. And again, all of the big models showing considerable precipitation over much of western Washington. This one shows a pretty elongated rain shadow from Clallam County all the way down into Kitsap and parts of King counties as well. But I don't always use this model for deterministic use. Even then, it still shows 4 to 6, even more than that, inches around much of the greater Puget Sound region. Just something we'll have to keep our eyes on as time goes on. But yeah, again, all the models agree. Most of this rain is going to be falling with that Monday atmospheric river / Pineapple Express event. Saying possible 40 inches of snow at Mount Baker. Geez, wouldn't that be something? Check out some of the winter weather diagnostics here. Let's do Kuchera ratio, which usually is favored over the 10-to-1 snowfall ratio. Mount Baker would be somewhere up in this area. And yeah, you weren't kidding. I just saw 39 inches there. Actually, over the next 15 days, it calls for over 5 feet of snow on this model over the Mount Baker area, which is just unfathomable. And look at this. if that isn't an exaggeration, I don't know what is. This is 104 inches. That's over 8.5 feet of total snowfall, according to this Kuchera ratio, over the North Cascades. It's about 40 inches over Stevens over the next 15 days, and 66 inches over Mount Rainier over the next 15 days. Even has around 16 inches over Snoqualmie. Again, this is not really counting accumulations. This is just counting several factors that go into snow that could fall. So it's more of a potential than a forecast. What we really want to do is check potential snow depth here. And this will fluctuate based on melting and accumulation, but this should give us a much better idea of what goes on around the area. And see, it's showing around 68 inches at most for some of the North Cascades. Actually, take that back. It shows, I think the peak is 81 inches. And that depth would be between 10 p.m. and 4 a.m., December 10th and December 11th, if this one were to verify. Again, note the resolution issues with this. But you notice absolutely zero snow depth here for the lowlands of western Washington over the next 15 days. So, sorry to tell you that, snow lovers, but it's still not looking great for snow around the area over the next couple of weeks. We have a lot of work to do before we start talking about snow down here. A lot of work. Let me see if I can get the video link out to some more people here. William Gatlin says, "Hey Anthony, great to catch you early today." Yeah, it's a little bit different than my usual streaming pattern. You know, I noticed the time was there. I decided to take it. Just trying to cross-post this stream to a few other services. All right, we should be good. But yeah, most of my YouTube audience is missing at this time. My moderator told me that she hadn't received any notification that I was going live, and that a lot of people on YouTube who are streaming weren't getting their notifications sent out. So I just thought, oh, well, that's a little discouraging. Rocio Reyes on Facebook, will we get snow anytime soon in the lowlands? I'm in Stanwood, just curious if we'll get any soon. You might have missed what I said by about a minute and a half or 2 minutes. Coincidentally, we're looking at the snow depth map here over the next 15 days. Again, sort of a rough forecast, likely won't turn out like this completely. But you notice how we had no snow accumulation over the lowlands over the next 15 days, according to this model here. So very unlikely we'll see snow anywhere around the lowlands until, I'd say, after Christmas time, probably. William said, yeah, I didn't get any notification that you were going live. Just happened to catch you here on Facebook. Yeah, I think Facebook may do a better job at giving out the notifications right now than YouTube. I have heard some problems recently. Again, I was talking to my moderator last night. It's only, last time I checked, there were only 2 people watching on YouTube, which is an issue if I want to break into live coverage anytime soon to get any important information out. You know, people have to have those bells ring on YouTube or else they're going to miss out. I may make a quick little YouTube short to post to my audience. Maybe that'll trick the algorithms a little bit. So you guys are going to be in a short. We got 3 people on YouTube now. It's really getting higher reach on Facebook. We're at 14, 21 likes total. We just jumped up to 20 on Facebook, so impressive. But yeah, you guys say hello to the YouTube short. I'm going to be posting this real fast. 17 live on Facebook, says William Gatlin. Hey everyone, good afternoon. This is Anthony here with Puget Sound Stormwatch. I am currently live on YouTube and Facebook. Heard YouTube is having a little issue sending out notifications, so just thought I would let you guys know personally that I am live streaming and will probably be live streaming for a majority of the afternoon. Talk about the upcoming weather as well as snow. So if you guys are interested, go ahead and tune into this live stream. Okay, Dirk Doppler got his notification. Awesome sauce. Thank you for ringing that bell. Ooh, lost the follower on Facebook. That's not good. Anya says hello. Hello, and thank you for tuning in. Appreciate you coming in with short notice. And to everyone watching this, make sure you have that bell rang for future live stream notifications, assuming YouTube doesn't have any glitches. I'll see you guys here on the live stream, expecting multiple live streams to happen over the next few days with the Storm Train coming back into action. See you guys there. See how that turned out. Keith says, good job. Anya says, I appreciate you two for doing the stream. Yeah, glad to be here to help. All right, we're going to post it. Yeah, maybe that'll trick YouTube's algorithms and reach the subscriber base. I know Sonia, my moderator, was having some severe issues when she tuned into. Was I streaming last night or the night before? I've been streaming a lot recently, so it's a little hard to remember when exactly I've gone live. I think it was last night. It was the night before, I believe. I think it was the night before. But yeah, it was the night before. I remember now. A couple people told me they were having issues with the YouTube live notifications. Okay, Kim Leonard, how long will the winds be sustained? Again, very excellent question. We're going to get a couple of breaks in the winds between systems, but winds will likely be sustained, and we can go to sustained winds here, not wind gusts. The greatest period of sustained winds should start up sometime Friday morning and then last through most of the day, even lasting into Saturday afternoon around the area. So Friday and Saturday look pretty windy around here. And then winds picking up again as we go into Sunday morning. Strong winds possible down here over the Salish Sea. Some of these could be out of the southeast. But it looks to be a shorter-lived event than Friday and Saturdays. And then winds picking up again over the area, especially here over the South Sound, Whidbey Island area, and up here in the Strait of Georgia. Look at off the coast as well. Strong southwesterly to westerlies coming in off the coast. Mainly south-southwesterly as you go through the Puget Sound area. This is Monday night going into Tuesday. So once again, small breaks between the winds, but we'll have several days of sustained winds around here. Any lowland snow, Rocio Reyes? Not looking like it over the next 2 weeks. I was showing this again from earlier, but you notice how we're white over the lowlands with the accumulations forming over the mountains. No lowland snow expected in this pattern. Of course, if we change the model here, it shows a little different. But remember, this is a resolution issue, so it doesn't show the exaggeration of the mountain crest here. It kind of just bleeds off into the lowlands. But the GFS model, as I'm showing here, is not always the most reliable one. So just a little heads up. Going to do an unboxing of the anemometer meter today or tonight. Sounds good, Keith. Let me know how that works out for you. Yeah, most likely still not showing any signs of lowland snow. This one goes out to 16 days. So the 19th of December, and still not a good sign for lowland snow around the area. Sadly. Thank you for pronouncing my name right. Yeah, I actually have an aunt named Rocio, so figured I would have to pronounce that right. Am I right? So yeah, European model, not sold on the snow whatsoever. Again, for anyone who may have missed it, these are precip totals over the last 12 hours with that weak little warm front that clipped us earlier today. Most of the precip has cleared out. There's a few showers remaining up here in Whatcom County right now, but those are again also beginning to clear out. Here's a look once more at the visible satellite imagery overlaid with radar. So high clouds passing through, but otherwise low and mid-level clouds all around western Washington. So very few sunbreaks expected, if any, around the area. So hope you guys like overcast the next few days. All right, let's look at some precip again coming up. Yeah, the live is not getting out on YouTube, that's for sure. Been streaming for a half hour, and at most I've only had 4 viewers. That's not good. Especially since I'm trying to build watch hours towards monetization. Yeah, you can't have that. That's a big problem. So yeah, the European shows us passing showers, and then by tonight, the next system moves in. Initially, pretty good for snow accumulation over the passes of the Washington Cascades. So a quick little hitting system, and then the next one moves through Friday. To watch this little area moving in from the northwest too. This could bring some wind for us. Has a nice little pressure gradient over the western Washington area as well. We'll have to watch this for some wind. This is early in the morning on Saturday. And yeah, showing areas of 35 to even 45 miles per hour. Just depends on which model you trust, really, and which run you find trustworthy. But this has a progressive moving storm system moving into the area Friday going into Saturday. So keep our eyes peeled on that as time goes on. A little bit showery through the area Saturday as well. And then that next got a comment here on Facebook. Someone down in the Snoqualmie River Valley that was showing concern for the flood forecast that was being talked about by the NWS. We could look at the AFD as well from the NWS here in just a second. Again, watching this little shortwave impulse off the coast as Sunday rolls around could bring some localized areas of stronger winds that we'll have to keep our eyes on Sunday. And then Monday's system is just going to be a behemoth of a fire hose. This is the one that's making some headlines around the area. See, ridiculous rainfall amounts. Very sharp and long cold front extending among the stream of moisture going across the Pacific. It's originating all the way down in Hawaii. All right, Carla Jo Vaio, welcome in. Are we going to see snow here in Milton? Not anytime soon. It's going to take a miracle to get any snow before Christmas, according to current model indications. And again, as we go through the day, Monday and the Tuesday morning, we get a little break, but then guess what? Rain again as we go into Tuesday night, Wednesday morning, and then this looks a little less progressive. If this is a near stationary river of moisture coming in, then we could be talking about some serious rainfall amounts over the lowlands and the foothills. See, this is when they're talking about the flooding concerns as we go into later next week, because it's just, see, we get a little bit of a break the following weekend by the looks of it, but then again, we have to watch for these systems as they come in. We're once again in fantasy land here, so anything could change. See, it has another strong cold front coming through Tuesday the 16th, which could bring some wind, and then it gets cut off here day 15. Ooh, Keith said, just got a notification of a Skywarn Storm Spotter training course, January 15th, 2026. Keith, is that a virtual event? Because if so, then I will definitely have to consider tuning into that. So it looks like the highlight of the next week coming up is going to be Monday afternoon into Tuesday. This would be this shows rainfall in the area at around 10 p.m. Monday night. And let's see some 24-hour rainfall amounts, and wowee. It's even more intense as you go into Tuesday, too. Keith says yes. Keith, thank you for informing me of that. I will have to make plans to tune into that to officially become a Skywarn Storm spotter. Kim Leonard says this man deserves many sponsors. Thank you for the kind words. There is my moderator, Sonia. Awesome sauce. Sonia, did you get the live stream notification, or did you see the short I posted talking about the live stream? Yeah, Kim, it's interesting you bring up sponsors. I'm actively looking for sponsors at the moment who would consider partnering with Puget Sound Stormwatch. If you know anyone that would consider sponsoring, go ahead and send them my way. Preferably anything based around the weather, but I'll also consider people outside of the weather forecasting hobby as well. Like, I know I have a few larger agencies following the page on Facebook. I even have some ServPro agencies around the area following along. Yeah, William Gatlin says he does need sponsors. Yeah, I'm actively looking for that life-changing sponsor that really changes the game. You know, times are tight right now, and I don't like talking about money, and I know you guys don't like me talking about money too. You guys just want to hear the weather. I completely understand you guys, and I agree with you guys wholeheartedly. But if you know anyone... Oh, coincidentally, Sonia said, was just scrolling through to see if you were live. Yeah, I was telling the fan base we've been having some issues with the YouTube bell. I think someone else on here was telling me they did get the notification, but I don't believe... Keith, did you get the live stream notification, or were you just jumping on? Can't remember. But a few people were talking about... Oh, William says, you and I need to chat. I own a computer repair company. There might be a sponsorship opportunity I could come up with that would help. Let's chat offline later on. Yeah, I would certainly be interested. I did have what looked like a spam page reach out for a $2,800 sponsorship opportunity, but then I approached them about the validity of it, and they immediately just ghosted. So that made me sense right away. Hey, this is a scam. You know, I'm not going to follow through. I'm not going to put the viewership through that for a scam. Even if it's only on for 24 hours, it's just not something I want to put you guys through. If we do any sponsors in the near future, I'd like it to be weather related if possible. Yeah, don't worry, William. I know that wasn't you. It was a page with like 3 friends on it. It wasn't even an official page. So I sniffed that one out before it even had a chance. It was quickly intercepted. Thank you guys on Facebook for tuning in. We just passed 30 likes already. If you guys like what you're seeing in the stream so far, please consider sending a pack of stars if you're on Facebook, or if you guys would like to help out, you can also donate coffees as well. I posted the link several times, but if you guys are interested, co-fi.com/Puget Sound Stormwatch would be the best way for donations to help Puget Sound Stormwatch run smoothly full time from this point on. So thank you guys for considering. But what this map is showing here is 24-hour precip amounts. This is from 10 a.m. Monday to 10 a.m. Tuesday. And see, it shows almost 2 inches for parts of the lowlands, which is just incredible. Even for the rain-shadowed spots up here, it's showing nearly 1 inch in 24 hours. To get up into the foothills here, you're closing in on 3 inches over some of these river valleys way up here. All right, William, appreciate the donation of 100 stars. Thank you so much. Really do appreciate that. Over here in the mountains, almost 4 inches in a 24-hour period with that strong atmospheric river coming up on Monday, going into Tuesday. And along the immediate coastline, it has anywhere between 1 to 2 inches over a 24-hour period. So this is why they're talking about the river flooding concern. And I actually just got a notification 5 minutes ago. We have coastal flood advisories and coastal flood watches now in effect. So looks like some breaking news from the NWS. Let's go over to that real quick. So so first of all, coastal flood advisory in effect from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. Thursday. So tomorrow. This is for the Grays Harbor County coast. So if you live anywhere along the red contour here, heads up. They have a coastal flood watch and advisory up for different times. We'll go into more on that on just a second. So this does not include Hoquiam and Aberdeen, as far as I can see. I believe they're a little bit farther in the Grays Harbor Bar here. This definitely doesn't include Cosmopolis. This is more for sort of Westport, Ocean Shores, Ocean City, and the ocean beaches going up to Grays Harbor, to Jefferson County here. Kim says, this is the best weather site, very informative and accurate. Thank you again, Kim, for the kind words. Glad to be here serving you guys today and for the future. Just hope we can stay at full-time status. You know, I really don't want to have to step down to part-time, but if that's what I need to do, then so be it. But yeah, this has most of the Grays Harbor County coast, if not all of the Grays Harbor County immediate coastline, in a coastal flood watch and advisory. So the coastal flood advisory is in effect for Thursday. The coastal flood watch is for Friday morning and afternoon. Moclips, yes, that would be included. Moclips is included. So Moclips, Pacific Beach, Taholah, Ocean City. Those are all included in this. Westport, Cohasset Beach. Anywhere within this red boundary here. We can go to the interactive map and I can zoom in. That will make it a little bit easier to show you the cities. So see Taholah here. Moclips, Pacific Beach, Seabrook, Ocean City, Copalis Beach, Ocean Shores. All included in this. This does not include Hoquiam and Aberdeen, though. Also does not include Cosmopolis. See, this does include Westport, Cohasset Beach. I believe Grayland, yeah, Grayland is also in this as well. If you live anywhere along the immediate coast of Grays Harbor County, this alert just went into effect for you. Now we have most of Western Washington covered for weather from Whatcom to Pierce County. Yeah, we have a majority of Washington covered. You know, Washington Weather Chasers, Ben and the team have the rest of Washington State pretty much on lockdown. You know, he doesn't, and I can't blame him for this, but he doesn't always post about Eastern Washington. About Eastern Washington. It's mostly a Western Washington page, but like with the snow that fell over Eastern Washington over the last couple of days, Ben was on it for sure. Yeah, Ben's got sponsors. Why can't we? So let's read the rest of the text here for the flood advisory. For the coastal flood advisory, minor coastal flooding is expected. Inundation of around 2 feet above ground level is possible along shorelines and low-lying coastal areas. For the watch, they're talking about moderate coastal flooding, so a little bit of a heads up coming Friday with that next system. Inundation of 2 to 2.5 feet above ground level is possible along shorelines and low-lying coastal areas. So yeah, this includes Grays Harbor County from Grayland all the way up to the Taholah area, towards the end of the highway there. Just south of Queets once you start to enter Jefferson County. So for the flood advisory, it's from 9 a.m. tomorrow to 3 p.m. And the coastal flood watch again is from Friday morning to Friday afternoon. This is going to be coinciding with the king tides, which is why this is sort of a big deal. Not as strong as the coastal flood event we had earlier this month, though. You know, that was a record high king tide combined with extremely low atmospheric pressure at the same time. We're not too worried about deep atmospheric pressure, but it is going to be relatively low pressure, coinciding with the king tide. So this is more of sort of a heads up from the NWS. It says coastal flooding will occur in the hours around high tide at around 11:30 Thursday to 12 p.m. Friday. So heads up, if you know anyone that may be along the coast, I'll be cross-posting this here momentarily. But let's read the most recent forecast discussion at 9:41. These are the longer forecast discussions I'm used to, so about time we start to get a lengthier read with these this time of the year. Even the hydrologic section is more than a couple paragraphs, which is justified for what's coming up. So we had this happen already, the warm front moving over the upper level ridge offshore, brushing the northwest corner. So it came through today. If we go over the satellite, this is our ridge right now. Michael Snyder on Pacific Northwest Weather Watch, if you guys watch him on YouTube, called this a dirty ridge. Probably because it's not a super strong, potent ridge. It's backing off towards the south and weakening as it moves down to the south. This is going to allow this plume of subtropical moisture to extend over the Pacific Northwest. You can see the axis is already lined up along the Pacific Northwest coast, including Vancouver Island. This is expected to sink down towards the Washington-Oregon coast over the next couple of days, with the area highlighted under the gun for a strong atmospheric river and Pineapple Express event coming up Monday and Tuesday, which we will also be eyeballing here in the near future. So the warm front moved over. The trailing cold front is arriving Thursday. That's going to bring the shower activity tomorrow, beginning as early as sunrise tomorrow morning for most of the region. Shows the offshore ridge is weakening Thursday into Friday. A series of stronger and weather systems will move through western Washington beginning Friday with an atmospheric river event. And I highlight atmospheric river because people have been trying to get us weather forecasters about this. This is a technical term and the NWS does use it on the regular. So no denying, atmospheric river is not any sort of hyperbole said by forecasters. It is the real deal. I just have to make that known because I'm still seeing a bunch of comments trying to harass people talking about atmospheric rivers. There's no room for that talk here on Puget Sound Stormwatch. It is a real thing. Event likely next Monday and Tuesday, which is the one that's really going to be highlighted for the potential for minor to moderate river flooding, especially along the King, Snohomish, Skagit, and Whatcom County foothills. Trying to see if there's anything of huge concern here. It says lows a couple of degrees either side of 40. It's going to be very mild again due to the subtropical tap of the system, where we may actually have some areas threaten to hit 60 again, believe it or not, just due to the overall strength of this subtropical moisture tap that's coming into the area. On some of the model runs here, it was showing temperatures pretty close to 60. Flooding possible, yes. As Kim Leonard addressed, it's mostly going to be a river flooding threat. But see, this is actually a little too far. So before we jump the gun there, you notice we're a little bit cool as we go into tomorrow morning, but then we start to heat up a little bit into the 50s. You notice a lot of areas get into the mid 50s, some of these areas even threatening the upper 50s when we get that initial impulse of moisture here on Friday afternoon. We don't cool off very much after that. A little more mild Saturday, and then Sunday, again, you saw mid 50s again for the area Sunday afternoon with that next atmospheric river. And then as we go into Monday, again, another day in the mid 50s around the region. You notice too, a lot of this blue disappears up here in the mountains. These are snow levels increasing over most of the passes, including Stevens, Snoqualmie, and White passes. because a lot of the area is going to get into the low to mid 40s when that subtropical moisture moves into the area. But then behind that next atmospheric river, as things cool down a little bit, the snow levels will come back down to pass level. And then sea goes right back up, and as we go into the following Thursday here, again, temperatures rise, snow levels rise as well. Could be another atmospheric river again. You saw that. This has this has a whopping 64 degrees out here in central Pierce County, but we're starting to get into fantasy land. So before we get too excited, this is a whopping 10 days out. So take that for granted for sure. William says, when you get a chance, can you recap wind predictions for Enumclaw surrounding lowlands for Friday? Yeah, gladly. We should be in full range. I believe last time I checked, we were in full range of the high-res imagery, so we can check that out again for the general area. Enumclaw Buckley area is right in this general vicinity, so we'll just sort of highlight that right now. Go right about there for Enumclaw. And these are wind gusts as well. So you're getting a little breezy, up to 20 miles per hour tomorrow afternoon. Not much more than that, and then a bit of a break. Then picks up again quite a bit. And this has some wind gusts up in the 30 to 35 mile per hour range. So we have 34 mile per hour wind gusts for the immediate Enumclaw area at around noon on Friday. A little bit stronger the closer you get to the water, but still not impressive for this time of the year. This is more so just an appetizer. Then remaining in the 30 mile per hour range as we go through Friday afternoon. This high-res model cuts off at 10 p.m. on Friday, just as a heads up. Everything else is going to be lower res, which doesn't exaggerate the terrain features as much. And just as a heads up, this model does occasionally overdo wind gusts, so it may not be as strong. You could easily take about 5 miles per hour off that top prediction, just for safety purposes. You know, but you notice up here, the westerly surge is going strong. Nice, healthy westerly surge Friday night possible for San Juan Islands, western Skagit County, including Anacortes, Island County, and the northern parts of Clallam and Jefferson counties, including Port Townsend, Sequim, and Port Angeles. Even the European model is showing some strong winds in this range. Maybe not up towards 50 miles per hour, but we'll just go and do a quick little comparison run with that real quick for the same time range. A little bit later in the timing, this has around 10 a.m. Saturday, but still around the same magnitude overall, close to 50 miles per hour, just north of Port Townsend and Sequim. Down here in this area, has even getting up to 40 miles per hour near SeaTac between 4 and 10 a.m. on Saturday. But the strongest winds around the area will likely be Friday night, where some areas could get a little over 40 miles per hour if this model is correct. But stronger southerly winds possible over the foothills east of Mount Rainier, but these aren't going to be east winds. Now, these are going to be more southerly based winds. So a lot of areas that are sheltered from the east winds could be exposed to these from the south, just as a little added heads up. See, Spooky Kabuki commented, one of my regular viewers on YouTube, Spooky Kabuki commented on my short saying, "This is an awesome setup, holy cow." It's an awesome setup that could be better for sure, but I'll take it for what it's worth. You know, yeah, very proud of how far my setup has come over the years. And for Ocean Shores, Sandy Keel on Facebook requested the Ocean Shores area. Sandy, were you on when I was talking about the potential for coastal flooding here in the Ocean Shores area? If not, I'll show you again real quickly. So the Ocean Shores area, including most of western Grays Harbor County, this includes the cities of Westport, Cohasset Beach, Grayland, Ocean City, Moclips, Pacific Beach, Seabrook, and Taholah. are in a coastal flood advisory as well as a coastal flood watch. So the flood advisory goes in effect from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. tomorrow. This is for the potential for minor coastal flooding, up to about 2 feet above ground level of inundation possible. The coastal flood watch is for moderate coastal flooding, up to 2.5 feet of coastal inundation for the included areas in the watch, in effect from Friday morning through Friday afternoon. So a little bit later on the timing for the flood watch. I'll cross-post this over the Facebook here very shortly, and I'll go into a little more detail on that. Actually, while I have the page up, I might as well go ahead and do a cross-post real fast. Oh, we hit 40 likes pretty quick on Facebook. Yeah, it looks like the YouTube reach is still having a little trouble. So if you know anyone, if you're on YouTube watching, if you'd like to share the page or share the stream to any of your YouTube buddies in the area, go ahead and do me a favor and do that. Let's cross-post this over to Facebook real quick. You guys are going to get a little behind the scenes on how I post these. I'm going to save this right now. Save the image. Matt Craig, Facebook says we need snow for sure, but no wind. We had lots of snow last year by this time. Yeah, it's a little bit different for a La Nina year this time around. Sometimes with La Nina falls, we do have that ridge offshore that kind of acts as a blocking pattern. But now that ridge is beginning to back off, and now they're talking about textbook La Nina weather patterns, which are normally cooler and wetter than average around the Pacific Northwest. Wetter for sure, but it's looking a little warm again with this subtropical moisture coming in. Not once, not twice, maybe not even 3 times, but more than that over the next 2-week period or so. Which, once again, some areas could get close to 60. Depending on your exposure to the moisture. Like usually areas more exposed to the west. All right, William Gatlin, have you considered exploring shorts on other platforms to get your name out? Like Twitter, Discord, etc. So I do have a Discord profile, and I'm part of a couple of weather groups. One of them being the Pacific Northwest Weather Discord. I don't have the ability to send out invites to that, though. It's more so as like a hub for the big forecasters around here. So if you guys follow the Whidbey Island weather page, Washington Weather Chasers, etc. on all the platforms, they're on there. I am also on Twitter/X as well. Let me show you guys a little cross post of my profile here. So this is my personal X/Twitter account. It's at MiltonWATech99. If you guys are interested in checking that out. Post a lot of weather posts, so I cross post a lot of the information I post to Facebook and YouTube here. But I also do a lot of live tweeting during Seahawks and Mariners games as well. That's where the kind of personal aspect of it comes in. But yeah, most of it is weather based. Overwhelming majority of it. If you guys would like to follow along, once again, at MiltonWATech99 here on Twitter/X. But yeah, let me try and get this next post cross-posted over real quick, talking about the coastal hazard messages that went into effect for the coast of Grays Harbor County. Yeah, one thing I won't really consider right now is TikTok. You know, I'm just not a fan of the toxicity around TikTok, in my opinion. If it increases the reach, it's a possibility. I actually have been considering maybe moving to TikTok. Maybe. But right now, I'm not 100% sold on TikTok. At least not yet. I'm making this post over to the Facebook page right now. Gatlin says you need a lead meteorologist job at Q13 or something. No, even if I was qualified to do that, I'd much rather stay independent. But no, I don't have any post-school degree of any sort. So I'm heavily unqualified to be doing anything for the news stations or any government services. I much more enjoy doing this when I'm independent. You know, it's just a lot less liability and a lot less stress because I make my own schedules. I do this at my own times. And I don't have to base it off of any biases if there are any. You know, this is all 100% raw coming out of my mouth. You know, no one's telling me to follow a script. That's what I like about doing this as sole proprietorship. Get back with you guys' comments here in just a sec. Just trying to get this post made on Facebook real quick. Also cross-posted to Patreon as well. And also the Western Washington Weather Group. A shout out to Matthew Fab for getting that group set up. Over 2,500 members already. Yeah, the post has been made. Let me see, can I make it here? Nope, this is just the main page. If you guys are interested, if you don't have Facebook and want to check out my blogs, then go ahead and check out Patreon and consider becoming a patron. Thank you to the 4 members, you know who you are, who have pledged $1.99 a month to help support Puget Sound Stormwatch. But let me make sure I'm back on track here. All right, cross-posting over to Patreon right now. All right. So here's that post on Patreon if you guys want to check it out. Coastal flood alerts in effect. Heads up, Grace Harbor Coastal. Let's restart that from the top. Heads up, Grace Harbor Coastal viewers. The NWS office in Seattle has put out a couple of coastal flood messages in effect for the next couple of days. This includes the cities of Tahola, Moclips, Pacific Beach, Seabrook, Ocean Shores, Westport, and Grayland. And then just a copy of the message that you guys saw on the NWS page as seen here. That's pretty much how I write up my briefings for my blogs. For some reason, X seems to be having problems showing my notifications, so... You know, if you guys went over there to follow me, it's not currently showing at the moment. So, sorry about that. The number of people hopping on Facebook. Still having some trouble on YouTube getting that reach out, though. Sonia says, YouTube weather guys and gals are actually more popular than a meteorologist at a news station. Yeah, unless you're Shannon O'Donnell or Scott Sistek, then that is pretty true. That is true. But Scott does a great job running the Emerald City weather blog, so I highly recommend checking out Scott Sistek's page on Facebook. William says, send Anthony to college for meteorology sponsorship 2026. Then Kim says, that's why your site is special and trustworthy. Yeah, I was in community college for a little bit a couple of years ago to try to get my associates for meteorology, but things just didn't pan out the way I wanted them to. And 3 years later, after that, here I am doing PSSW full time on my own. And I have over 32,000 people that find this info trustworthy. You know, couldn't be happier about that. It's a lot we need to work on, though, that's for sure. Such as getting health insurance for this. But anyways, someone said enough already on the most recent post before the one I just made. See, someone said, bring it on. Thanks for the report. Someone said they'll be out and about to let me know how the conditions are. Some people are getting generators ready, although it's not completely necessary. The ground will be saturated extremely with the events coming up here in the next few days. So that could elevate some possible tree falling around the area, for lack of better verbiage. Yeah, even though the leaves are off the trees, we still have to worry about the huge conifers and evergreens that are over 100 feet tall that could easily be brought down with saturated soils. You know, we see it all the time every year. And the NWS also talks about the chances for landslides around the area too. We all know the landslides that always occur along the Sounder lines, or the Amtrak lines. It might be Sounder and Amtrak. I can't remember if it's between Seattle and Everett or Everett and Bellingham. But if it's between Seattle and Everett, then it's a track shared by Sounder and Amtrak. That usually shuts down several times a year. I don't know if they're ever going to fix that. Destiny says, thank you for posting. Thank you for tuning in. And thank you for your support. So let's look at the short-term forecast is long. Like, this is thick. Front moving into western Washington Thursday, making for a rainy day. Surface low associated with the front fairly weak, so not forecasting any impactful winds. Highs in the mid-40s to lower 50s, so going to be mild and breezy, but nothing severely impactful expected. Changes in the pattern Friday with the offshore upper level ridge weakening, flow aloft becoming a westerly. With no upper level ridge to fight through offshore, the system on Friday will be the strongest one of the short term. Looks like someone needs to work on their punctuation a little bit. The system is still looking progressive, and forecasted precipitation values have trended slightly lower in the last model run. Good news for those of you who are against the rain or any sort of river or aerial and small stream flooding. Snow levels rising, but end up not overly high. 5,000 feet in the north to 6,500 feet in the south. So well over White and Snoqualmie passes during this time. It says this will keep some of the water in the mountains in the form of snow and help reduce the flood threat. But things start to change as we go through Monday into Tuesday. This is where the wording begins to really, become a bit more urgent over this time. Models are in good agreement with the front moving out of the area Friday night into Saturday morning. The ensemble forecasts are hinting at a very short pause in the action Saturday afternoon. And then the warm front arrives Saturday night with the trailing cold front on Sunday. Says about 33% of the ensemble solutions indicated an upper level ridge building into the area with the chance of deflecting the next system north into British Columbia Monday. That would be the best news for not having a strong atmospheric river on Monday. But very few of the ensembles have the upper level ridge this morning. System for Monday and Tuesday has a long fetch of moisture extending way back down to 30 degrees north, 170 degrees west. It says there is a lot of variance in the ensembles on the rainfall amounts. More details in the hydrology discussion. For the public forecast rain, breezy and mild both days. Again, temperatures in the upper 40s to mid 50s. Snow level starting out 4,500 to 5,000 feet, rising to 5,000 to 6,500 feet by Tuesday. That is likely when the highest threat of river flooding will be, Monday into Tuesday. And then comes the bulk of wording here in the hydrology section. There's a lot to talk about here for sure. So it starts out by saying the series of weather systems forecast to reach the area will eventually increase the threat of river flooding in the coming days. West-northwesterly flow aloft, so that means out of the west-northwest direction, moving towards the east-southeast. With System Friday puts the area of greatest precipitation in the north-central Washington Cascades, with snow levels rising over 6,000 feet. Precipitation amount forecasts have lowered in the last model run for Thursday into Friday, with the peak values now under 2 inches. Again, good news if you don't want river flooding. It says this will ease the pressure on the rivers flowing out of the area, with current hydrographs having the Snoqualmie, so highlight again Snoqualmie, Skykomish, Snohomish, and Tolt rivers cresting in action stage at best. So action stage does not mean flooding. This is below minor flooding stage. This is before it hits the crest. Then as the flow aloft becomes more west-southwesterly, again out of the west-southwest direction towards the east-northeast, the flood threat will shift to the flood-prone Snoqualmie River in Potlatch and Mason County later in the weekend. But they do highlight that there's still a wide variance in the possible precipitation amounts for the first part of the week. The European, or the ECMWF, is wetter and less progressive than the GFS, the American, Monday and Tuesday. It says they're slowly trending warmer with the snow levels, and you know what that means. Not good for flooding concerns. Still within the realm of possibility that we could have a widespread river flooding event on our hands beginning next Tuesday. With so much uncertainty, all we can say at this point is stay tuned. The landslide threat is minimal the next few days, but the series of systems will eventually take its toll, with the landslide threat increasing slightly this weekend and rapidly, you don't see this too often, rapidly early next week with that next atmospheric river coming in. So overall, stronger wording than normal from the NWS forecast office. So that's how you know it's starting to become the real deal with the weather coming up. So just something to watch here in the near term as time goes on. I see people are starting to share the newest post. Good news. Already 5 shares. So yeah, that applies to the Grays Harbor County folks in case you missed it. There's a coastal flood advisory in effect for the coast of Grays Harbor County from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. tomorrow. And then a coastal flood watch in effect for the same area from Friday morning to Friday afternoon. Light coastal flooding possible along the coast of Grays Harbor tomorrow, and moderate possible for Friday. So that's why they put the watch out in case they upgrade it to a warning. Long summary, as Keith said. Long but concise. Yes. Gonna take a quick little stretch and water break real quick, guys. Hang on, I'll be right back. Starting to see a few breaks in the clouds out here in Milton looking towards the west. Yeah. Extremely long summary compared to the last few days or so. Again, looking at visible satellite, that warm front's moving out of the area right now. We go over to the wind map. Here's our area of high pressure. This is the incoming cold front out here with that little impulse here in the flow. That is an area of low pressure beginning to undergo cyclogenesis. Right out here, starting to get that little bent back look to it. Really nice baroclinic leaf feature extending all the way out towards this area right now. But yeah, the next system coming up is somewhere embedded in this flow up here. Again, as we go in time, notice the high pressure is going to stay a little bit to our south, and then that mid-latitude cyclone starts to come together. Then by this point, the flow is aimed pretty much directly at us. Let's go through Thursday morning. That cyclone is going to move a bit to our north, so that's not the area of concern. But that area out there was undergoing cyclogenesis, the development of a mid-latitude cyclone, albeit a really weak one. A weak one at that. But here comes the front from it, moving into the area. And that's going to initiate our first atmospheric river event, beginning on Friday. See? Relatively moderate-sized cyclone out here in Haida, Kauai, combined with the area of high pressure receding down to our south, is going to act as sort of a turnstile for moisture, aimed almost directly at the Pacific Northwest. You can see this plume of moisture along this huge frontal boundary going all the way down into Hawaii. So by definition, yes, this is a Pineapple Express. And then there's that front coming in on Friday. And then a little bit of a break on Saturday. A little bit of a breather for us. Then the next system's on our doorstep, right down here, by Sunday morning. And then here comes that next frontal system again. It's a weak system, but it's enough to kick up the winds quite a bit around the area and bring in another round of moisture, another atmospheric river, subtropical moisture tap along with it. Then not long before the next major atmospheric river comes in, and geez, look at that frontal system coming in. This one goes all the way across the Central Pacific. It's a huge tap of moisture coming in. Of course, fueled by this massive area of low pressure up here in the Gulf of Alaska. So here's that plume of moisture aimed over parts of Vancouver Island and the Washington coast. See, that's our moisture plume right there. And then this doesn't look as progressive or fast moving as the other ones. So if this one parks over us for a good 18 to 24 hours, then we're talking some serious rainfall going through Tuesday across much of the area. And then it's not long after that, you guessed it again, another tap into the subtropics going into Wednesday. Although it may start a little bit to our south along the Oregon coast. But see, the ridge up here is pushing it a little bit towards the north a little bit. This could be aimed towards the South Washington coast as we go into next Wednesday and Thursday. Again, watching the potential for some systems embedded within this as well. A lot of wild cards to determine here. Oh, I see Key Peninsula Civic Center followed. Awesome. So go through Thursday. Gonna have to watch this frontal system here, see what it does. Again, starting to go into fantasy land here. But by Friday afternoon, it has Vancouver Island under the gun for yet another atmospheric river. And then Saturday, something to watch. Where is this area of low pressure going to move? And how deep is it going to get? Because that could bring an isolated wind risk with it as well. And again, that strong area of low pressure offshore, depending on its position and strength, could draw some offshore winds if it stays off the coast. But do remember, this is almost 2 weeks out, so a lot of things to watch as the extended forecast comes up. It shows it really active over the next 2 week period. So if you like activity, then this next 2 weeks, you're going to love it. It'd be a lot better than what we've seen around here over the last 2 to 3 weeks or so. Here's an update from the Center for Western Weather and Water Extremes. Keith says he has the College of DuPage radar going in the background. Yeah, College of DuPage has great and free resources for people to use when it comes to Doppler radar and weather models. But they just posted this very recently. Sequence of 3 atmospheric rivers to bring heavy precipitation to the Pacific Northwest over the next week. Forecast to make landfall over the Pacific Northwest Wednesday the 3rd of December through Wednesday the 10th of December, bringing heavy precipitation 5 to 10 or greater inches to western Washington and Oregon. It says the first atmospheric rivers forecast to make landfall tonight, with the second moisture pulse making landfall early Friday the 5th. Extending atmospheric river conditions over the Pacific Northwest. There's potential for greater than 72 hours of continuous atmospheric river conditions in Washington and Oregon, which is just insane. The second one is forecast to make landfall early in the morning on Sunday the 7th, expected to be shorter in duration than the first 2. So it's talking about like a little 1-2 punch occurring during the first event. So technically, yes, there is an atmospheric river coming tomorrow, but it's extremely weak. It's hardly even worth talking about, but I'm still going to talk about it anyways. But the bigger of the 2 events over the next 2 days is going to be Friday afternoon. And the third one is forecast to be the strongest, with integrated water vapor transport values of over 1,000 kilograms per meter second in the core of the atmospheric river. This is forecast to impact the Pacific Northwest from Monday through Wednesday of the following week. So just a few highlights from what this site is talking about. This is from the University of California, San Diego. A really great site if you guys want to check it out. CW3E, or Center for Western Weather and Water Extremes. Highly recommend them for atmospheric rivers and Pineapple Express events. Talking about both the 0Zs for the GFS and the European, so these are the 4 p.m. runs, are forecasting maximum precipitation totals of 5+ inches over the Cascades in Washington for the 72-hour period ending 4 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, December 11th. The Northwest River Forecast Center is indicating the potential for larger stream rises and flooding in western Washington, associated with the forecast heavy precipitation for the 1st and 3rd atmospheric rivers. So if that isn't a textbook Pineapple Express signature, then I don't know what is. Same here, showing integrated water vapor transport. So he goes all the way down, even farther south of the subtropics. It's coming this way. Whether you like it or not, it's coming. But yeah, it shows the first atmospheric river making landfall, or beginning to make landfall, today and tonight. Just reading through some of this real quick. And the second moisture pulse associated with the first atmospheric river. So that second pulse is in here. That's going to move through Friday morning. And then the second full atmospheric river, which looks pretty anemic in nature right now, according to this, follows the break going into Sunday. But then the third and the strongest one is shown down here, with the extremely high integrated water vapor transport forecasts shown. That's what makes an atmospheric river, is integrated water vapor transport, or IVT for short. It says it continues in the Wednesday, so doesn't look as progressive as the first two, which is bad news for flooding concerns. Yeah, they have a really nice in-depth write-up on this. Right now it's showing Category 3 conditions according to some of the European Ensemble members for the central and southern Washington coast and most of the Oregon coast. And it says right now 9 of the gauges are forecast to exceed minor flood stage. The few of these possibly hitting moderate. If you see the reds here, these are moderate flooding stages. And let me just check the areas real quick. So yeah, Snoqualmie River near Carnation is there, and then this would be right around where the Snohomish, Skykomish, and Snoqualmie rivers meet near the town of Snohomish up here. The oranges are all minor flooding, yellows are action stage, green are normal, and white are no flooding whatsoever. That's how to read this. Even if it's a little hard to see, sorry about that, it's a pretty low resolution image. But overall, really nice write-up from the folks at UC San Diego. I want to look at AR scale forecasts. Actually, for the US model, they're actually upgrading it to a Category 4 over the next 7 days. Possibility for Category 4 on the control, but Category 3 on the ensembles. There's 4 different ways of checking this out. And so far, only the American model control forecast is showing Category 4 atmospheric river, because these are measured in categories, believe it or not. But the European has Category 3 for both its control and ensemble forecast for pretty much the entirety of the Washington and Oregon coasts. The overall Category 3 is still considered a moderate to major atmospheric river event, and this is a culmination of the next week. Just as a heads up, this isn't one single event. This is a total culmination of several. 3 or 4 possibly. Let's go 47 degrees north, 124 degrees west. Yeah, this is the control forecast for the USA model, the GFS, or the GEFS ensemble in this case. Just showing category 4 conditions possible. This would be 4 a.m. on the 8th of December through about 4 a.m. on the 10th of December. That's what this graph is showing here. Showing possible category 2 atmospheric river conditions beginning at around 18Z the 3rd, which is 10 a.m. today. Going all the way out to approximately 3Z or 7 p.m. on the 6th of December. So 3 days from now. About 3 days of category 2 atmospheric river conditions possible over the southern Washington coast. The ensemble changes that category 4 down to a category 3. Then European control and ensemble are around the same, just different timings overall. Still, category 2, a little bit of a break, and then category 3 coming at the beginning of next week. That's what this site is trying to portray. I'm going to repost that on my X. Yeah, sorry if that was a real handful to talk about. It's probably still confusing to a lot of you. It's all right though. It's a lot to talk about when it comes to atmospheric rivers, especially around here. And a lot of people don't believe in the science, unfortunately, either, which is a little bit discouraging, but not surprising whatsoever. Turns out it's also the 18-year anniversary of the Great Coastal Gale of 2007. Wow. Through December 1st and 3rd of 2007, the unofficial top gust for Nacelle Ridge in Washington was 140 miles per hour. 104 miles per hour for Cape Disappointment. Just incredible. Totally forgot. I was a little kid when the coastal gale happened, so I didn't hear much about it. Of course, remember the Hanukkah Eve storm of 2006. Who can forget that one? It's one of the big 3 windstorms that ever occurred around the Pacific Northwest in its recorded history. All right, let's go check a few things out. Looks like activity is beginning to slow down a little bit. Ooh, someone shared the stream as well. Thank you for that. A post earlier this morning's getting around too, talking about the wind. Posted it 5 hours ago and it already has 277 reactions. "31 shares. Impressive. I also made a post talking about the upcoming storm train to my page subscribers as well. Same with the Patreon patrons as well. I made a post yesterday morning talking about the upcoming rainfall amounts too. Over 300 reactions on that. And 31 shares. And a few people just saying it's fall and winter and no big deal. Which, you know what, it's fine with me, but at least make it more convincing that you're trying to troll me. All right. So let's go over a couple more things here real quick. This is for those of you who may have missed it. I was talking about earlier the coastal flood watch and advisory that went into effect for the Grays Harbor coast. The advisory, by definition, does not go into effect until 9 a.m. tomorrow. It's a 6-hour-long advisory for the possibility of minor coastal overflow. Maybe.boo says, hey, welcome back. And coastal flood watch for the same area in effect from Friday morning through Friday afternoon. So minor coastal flooding expected for the advisory and moderate coastal flooding expected for the watch. 2 to 2.5 feet above ground level with some inundation possible. This is due to low atmospheric pressure combined with the presence of king tides. Again, not as strong as the one earlier last month. That was quite intense for most of the Washington and Oregon coast, but still something of minor concern, minor to moderate concern. That luckily the NWS jumped to address. So yeah, Grays Harbor County Coast Zone. This includes the cities of Taholah, Moclips, Pacific Beach, Seabrook, Ocean City, Ocean Shores, Westport, Cohasset Beach, and Grayland. Sherry Wilcox, welcome in. She said, thanks for recapping. Yeah, gladly. Right now, doesn't seem to be any major concern for any overflow here in the Puget Sound or inland waters. Or else they probably would have put an advisory out by now. Still time for them to put the advisory out if they wanted to over the next 48 hours or so, but no major indications of coastal flooding here in the Puget Sound, which is good news. So yeah, just another look at satellite imagery right now. High pressure to the south, low pressure to the north, and a plume of moisture moving directly our way. And guess where it extends from? If you guessed Hawaii in the form of a Pineapple Express, you would be correct. Alright guys, if you liked the stream so far, be sure to like, share, comment, subscribe if you're on YouTube, and ring that bell. Share it to your friends and family on Facebook if you're interested. Trying to see if we can crack out 33,000 followers by the time this event's over. Because my oh my has page growth been utterly slow the last month. Just amazed I've managed to crack out 32,000. But this isn't about the follower counts, and you know, people are nitpicking pretty much everything I say on this page, so this is for you guys. But just about to hit 50 likes on Facebook already. Good stuff there. Probably going to keep this live stream going for a while so we can bring some more people in over time. I'm seeing a lot of my regulars, especially on YouTube, a few Facebook regulars, and a few newbies popping in as well. Thank you guys again so much for tuning in. Anthony here with Puget Sound Stormwatch, talking about incoming weather changes very soon. We just got a new area forecast discussion. See if they changed anything between these two. Yeah, I noticed quite a few changes initially already. It changed the synopsis. YouTube is always tough for good YouTubers, it seems. Yeah, it's far from a nice system. It's mainly like the Earth, survival of the fittest. So a very active week ahead with a parade of weather systems keeping conditions warm, wet, and windy from Thursday and beyond. So a good changing hook for the beginning of this forecast discussion compared to the last one. Just shows that confidence continues to increase by the hour. A more significant atmospheric river system event looks to set up early next week with the potential for flooding. Coastal flooding impacts will be possible Friday and early next week, but look to remain mostly minor right now. Yet they put that coastal flood watch out for moderate coastal flooding possible. So, little discrepancy in what they said there. The associated surface low is pretty weak, so while northwesterly winds return across the area, they will remain fairly weak, highs in the mid-40s. This is the short term through Friday night. Right now it says this will be interesting for you following along for the wind forecast. Winds will increase across the interior but remain below advisory thresholds with peak gusts in only the 25 to 35 mile per hour range. Yawn. This will also be a warmer system with highs in the low to mid 50s, snow levels rising to 5,000 to 6,000 feet. Once again, high snow levels equates to higher chances of river flooding for the foothills and areas downstream. It says, with the potential for more significant tidal impacts on Friday with a higher tide, stronger onshore flow, and slightly larger waves. The impacts, however, will not be as significant as the coast saw in November. Yeah, earlier in November, that was pretty significant. Tides peak on Friday along the coast, then through the interior this weekend, where additional minor coastal flooding may be observed. So they do talk about the possibility of some minor tidal overflow for the Puget Sound. Just as a little heads up, if you notice the tide's a little higher than normal, that is completely according to the forecast. It says snow levels will briefly lower Friday night into Saturday back down to around 4,000 feet, which may allow for a brief but good shot of accumulating snow at Stevens Pass. It says there is currently a 45% chance, so decent but not great chance of seeing at least 6 inches of snow at the pass through Saturday afternoon. Snow levels will rise back up against 5,000 feet after Saturday. The focus then turns towards Monday and through, they spelt it as trough on accident, the beginning of next week, as it's looking likely that a significant atmospheric river is going to take aim at western Washington. It says there remains differences, mainly at how long duration the system is going to persist. And there remains some uncertainty to exact amounts, but on the order of several inches of rain. More details about river flooding are detailed in the hydrology section. Seeing quite a few grammar issues here. A few dumb little grammar and convention issues, but I'm not going to really nitpick them on the write-up. Pacific Northwest Weather Watch. Michael Snyder has a database of Madden-Julian oscillation phases and other phases with a ton of information. Total severe thunderstorm days, etc., but it doesn't seem to be online. Yeah, he was mentioning it in one of his previous streams, but it sounds like right now he's keeping it private. So, if you're interested, you may want to reach out to him directly. Like if you're on X, you can reach out to him on X/Twitter, or on Patreon if you follow him on Patreon as well, to inquire about that. But yeah, he's more of the long-term climatological data guy, alongside Cliff Mass, of course. He's doing a lot of studying on Madden-Julian oscillation, quasi-biennial oscillation, El Nino Southern, Pacific North American oscillation, Eastern Pacific, North Atlantic, polar, all of the whole 9 yards. There's oscillations all around the planet. That's why weather is so erratic even during certain times of the year, because all of the oscillations don't always line up again the same and at the same intensity, like really ever. Says high tides will peak across the interior waters on Saturday, but high tide levels will linger into the beginning of next week. Minor coastal flooding impacts possible across portions of the entire Washington coastline through this time period. Yeah, some of it can get overwhelming very fast, especially since the MJO has 8 different phases. Of course, remember, ENSO is measured in the Nino 3.4 region primarily, too. So a lot of micro variables to keep track of in your studies. But that's what makes it exciting, too. Looking at the marine forecast, stronger front will approach the coastal waters on Friday. Likely small craft advisory strength winds for the coastal waters. That's about 30 knots or about 35 miles per hour or so. It says a westerly push down the strait will initially start off at small craft strength, but latest guidance indicates potential for gale strength or 40 knot or about 46 mile per hour gusts. Will be something to continue to monitor. Says with a much stronger system crossing the area early in the next week, which could yield headlines for all of the interior waters. And then the hydrology section. See, they just put in the coastal flood advisory and watch for this section down here for current watches, warnings, and advisories around the area. Yeah, like Sonia says on YouTube, everybody, you know the drill. Like, subscribe, and ring that bell for future live stream notifications. And be sure to share with your friends and family. So right now, it looks like the greatest area of precipitation through Friday will be in the north central Washington Cascades. Snow levels rising to over 6,000 feet. So this will be over most of the Washington State Cascade passes. It says as the flow aloft becomes more westerly to southwesterly, so out of the normal direction, a flood threat will shift to the flood-prone Skokomish River in Mason County late in the weekend. Then we change it again. This is where it becomes very much interesting. That was terrible grammar. This is where it becomes much more interesting. And even then, that grammar was sort of hit or miss. So, yeah, 5 major windstorms could have a Madden-Julian oscillation phase of 7, but then 4 of them are in Madden-Julian phase 2, and it gets hard to find what means what. Yeah, it's difficult for sure. That's probably why Michael hasn't released his findings to the public yet. Alrighty, let's see here. Says there's still a wide variance in the possible precipitation amounts with an atmospheric river setting up through the first part of next week. It is still within the realm of possibility that we could have a widespread river flooding event on our hands beginning next Tuesday and Wednesday. Multiple rivers reaching minor and moderate flood stages. It's the first time they really mentioned the potential for moderate river flooding in their discussion. Still so much uncertainty with the exact flood levels and stages, and this will change over the next couple of days. So most likely we'll see them start putting out flood watches sometime this weekend for this threat. And I'll be sure to relay those to the audience when I get them in. I'll go, of course, to Facebook and Patreon. So once again, if you don't follow along on Facebook but want to see the blogs, do be sure to keep this Patreon link close at hand. See, here's a brand new post I just made about the coastal flood alerts. This is patreon.com/CW/Puget Sound Stormwatch. This link is included in the stream description for you guys to find at a later date. Then they talk about the landslide threat again. I believe this one is unchanged from the last one. The landslide threat is minimal the next few days. The series of wet systems will eventually take its toll, with the landslide threat increasing slightly this weekend and rapidly early next week. And I quote, rapidly. Strong wording still from the NWS on what's to come. All right, guys, I think I'm going to take a little food break here real quick, so I'm going to put a pause on the stream. Does not mean I'm going to stop streaming. I just will be transitioning to away from keyboard for a little bit. Keith says, got to think of a name for my weather blog on Facebook and YouTube. Now, you could always keep it simple and just keep it at Keith Capolero Weather Blog, or if you come up with something clever. Like I know Scott took Emerald City Weather Blog. Probably run into some conflictions with Randy and team's naming if you go with something Whatcom County. So, I mean, if you have any ideas, let me know them for sure. K-Dog Weather Blog. Not shabby. All right, guys, I'll be back shortly. I am going to get some food. So see you guys then. All right, everyone, thank you for your patience. Looks like we're back into this thing. All right. We'll look at some of the comments one more time. Let me refresh the comment section on Facebook because I could have sworn I saw a new one. Yeah, there we go. Heavy low clouds and foothills. Thank you for that. We'll settle down after next Wednesday. I think briefly it does, but not without some incoming systems after next Wednesday. Because this is the Wednesday time frame here. All right. Yes. Hello again, everyone. And hello, Sparky1549 as well. Taking a while for the frames to load on here for some reason. Yeah, it shows it breezy around the area Thursday as well. So I think we'll have to wait till after Thursday to get some long-term relief. Even then, the long-term relief is not going to be very long at all. I had someone asking about the Skookumchuck River. Brittany, if you're still here on Facebook, let me go and look that up real quick. Because I believe I didn't see any flooding concerns for the Skookumchuck right now. It's mainly for the rivers King County northward. Yeah, here's the site that they were using. Skookumchuck's down here. That's a pretty interesting user layout here. I haven't actually used this site. But looks like you could hit action stage. If I'm reading this map correct, it looks like you could hit action stage towards December 13th, possibly. Which is pretty far out in the extended. But that's the reservoir, so we're probably looking at farther downstream, right? In that case, yeah, we're not seeing anything too major right now for the Skookumchuck. Most of the action is going to be here along the Snoqualmie and Skykomish. Some moderate flooding possible along the Skagit, too. For example, the Skagit near Mount Vernon. See, these are the bars I was looking for. It's trending like the Skagit River near Mount Vernon, for example, has it going over minor flood stage a little before the 10th of December, and then over moderate flood stage pretty quickly after that. It has it getting out of moderate flood stage by the 11th, and then bouncing around minor flood stage the next few days after that. So these are pretty long-range forecasts, though, so these are definitely going to change. We'll probably see these downtrend towards minor, or maybe they're on to something as well. Just something we're going to have to watch here in the near future. Actually has the Snoqualmie River near Carnation pushing close to major flood stage on the 10th of December. That's a week from today, if that were to be true. Oh, that was 45 minutes ago. I didn't realize that. Okay, I replied personally to them. I didn't realize it was that long ago. Like, I have a few comments that got lost in the mix that suddenly showed up after I refreshed. So sorry about that. If you're watching right now and I missed your comment, very sorry about that. So Green River near Auburn, and then White River at R Street. White River could get near minor flood stage in the next few days. But yeah, a lot of these rivers down here aren't going to do too much. Puyallup River near Ording could get up to action stage, close to action stage. Then about a foot of action stage between the 9th and the 10th. Right now, not expecting anything overly major right now. Yeah, although that Snoqualmie near Carnation could be a point of interest as we go out towards December 10th. And the Snohomish near Snohomish just peaks out at moderate flooding between the 10th and the 11th. Doesn't go much higher than that. And other than that, Skagit near Concrete is probably the one that has the closest chance of hitting major flooding on the 10th. That's what this model is showing right here. That's one of those running off from those higher snow levels up here in the Cascades. This has it possibly just flirting within like a few inches of major flood stage on the Skagit near Concrete. It literally like almost touching the major line right up here. I see we're getting a few more people on YouTube. Awesome. Alrighty. So yeah, that's a look at the river forecasts around the area. A lot of areas expecting minor flooding or no flooding. But a few of these could be up towards moderate, possibly major if conditions go the other way. Yeah, Skookumchuck's going to be well below flood stage by the looks of it. See, here's the 4 to 10 day trend for max stage. You notice the Skagit near Concrete and near Mount Vernon, as well as the Snohomish River at Snohomish and the Snoqualmie near Carnation. Look to be pushing towards moderate flood stage in the next 4 to 10 days. But so far, only a few rivers are expected to hit near action stage over the next 1 to 3. Yeah, here's the previous AFD. We already covered that, so I think we're good on that. Nooksack River. Let's go check on the Nooksack. Yeah, Nooksack River's not expecting any flooding. Could hit action stage near Ferndale. But that's about it. It only just gets over action stage between the 10th and the 11th. So it's probably because it's going to be, the precipitation is mainly going to be in the form of snow where the Nooksack runs off. But yeah, we'll be watching the reds here closely. So a few of these reds we'll have to keep our eyes on. Even the oranges will be worth eyeballing too. Like the Snohomish near Monroe could hit minor flooding in a week. Skykomish near Cold Bar could get close to moderate flooding. Tolt River upstream near Carnation is likely to hit minor flooding. And minor flooding possible again as soon as the 9th for the Snoqualmie River near, of course, Snoqualmie. Even the Cowlitz at Randall is expected to get close to moderate flood stage 2. Since precipitation will be in the form of rain over the mountains down here for the most part of the upcoming week. Keith says that was Randy was saying. Okay, good. Yeah, good to see that there's agreement between all of us on that. So yeah, 12-hour precipitation, not much with that little clipper that hit us today. That was the warm front escaping over the high-pressure ridge. Check Stillaguamish in Snohomish. Like, Snohomish County, of course. Stillaguamish right now is expected to stay below action stage. All along the indicators as seen here. Yeah, the Stillaguamish should stay below action stage. That's not one of the rivers that they're highlighting to be flooding right now. Good old Stilly. I find it funny though how the Skykomish is expected to flood, and that's to the south of the Stillaguamish, and the Skagit is expected to flood to the north, but not between where the Stillaguamish is. So flooding to the north and to the south, but not directly between. Kind of an interesting stat right there, in my opinion. Let's go see if there's any new model data coming out. Yeah, we're just starting to render the 18Z of the European. We can look at the 18Z of the GFS real quick. So right around the time when the new European comes out, that'll give us the latest details over the next 6 days. So let's peek at the GFS real quick, see what it has to say. Yeah, still a good short-term agreement, so that's good news. Still has that fairly progressive atmospheric river coming this weekend. And maybe trending up a little bit for Sundays. Yeah, definitely an uptrend in precipitation down here on the GFS. Something else to kind of keep tabs on as we go through the next few days. And then there's that next dousing of rain coming up on Monday and Tuesday. Not much has changed with that between the last run, though. And a little bit of a break Tuesday afternoon. Some more rain Tuesday night, and then another dousing on Wednesday. I think this is where we start seeing significant differences in the forecast. GFS is trending up with precipitation next Wednesday. If this holds true, this would definitely be worrisome for some rivers across the mountains, for sure. This is probably where it's going to show the chance of snow as well, which is very unlikely to happen. Yeah, it's showing snow around here through the 14th. Again, very unlikely to happen. We're out in fantasy range here, but you know, the GFS keeps kind of clinging on for dear life with that snow chance down here in the lowlands. Most likely not going to happen, though. I just have to put that out there for you guys. Surprise, the Stilly will be fine. Between the 70s and 90s, it was always flooding. My half-sister used to live across from it in the mid-80s, and we moved everything upstairs. Yeah, I fully expect the Stillaguamish to trend at least to action stage as the days come. You know, these are only the initial forecasts several days out before the events, which are destined to change. And I know they'll start putting out flood watches here over the next couple of days, too. I'll make sure to deliver all of that information to you guys when I get it. It's pretty much destiny at this point. All right, current follower check, 32,572 on Facebook. Let's check some 24-hour precipitation amounts. Over an inch for the South Sound between 10 p.m. Tuesday, 10 p.m. Wednesday. Let's compare that to the last run. It's actually a little less down here. See if there's any big differences Tuesday. Not too much. But from Monday at 4 a.m. to Tuesday at 4 a.m. See, shows a broad rain shadow appear over parts of Snohomish County and Island County as well. But overall, between an inch to 2 inches, some spots even higher down here in the river valleys, like Chehalis, Cowlitz, Skookumchuck, Lewis, etc. Keith says, I lived in Stanwood and Marine would flood. Last flooding of Distilly had to use a payloader to rescue a person in the car. Wow-wee. River was pouring over the road as my parents and I were leaving. I've been that one that deliberately would... Oh, you've been the one that would deliberately drive through it. Yeah, be careful. That's a pretty big gamble that you're doing there. But it looks like things really start to settle down after Thursday of next week. And we might get a little bit of a break from this, but still so areas of passing showers coming by in the following days after that. But right now, at least the GFS is hinting at a break in the pattern after Thursday of this next week. We're starting to see some info coming on the ECMWF here. See if there's any new critical data. Mainly looking at the wind forecast here for Friday. You're not quite in full range of it yet, but this could be a downtrend in winds if what I'm seeing is true. Let's see here real quick. Yeah, very slight downtrend. Very slight. Only shaves about 1 mile per hour off of the Seattle and Tacoma areas. Actually adds on 1 mile per hour for Everett. And adds on one for Mount Vernon as well. Stronger westerly surge in this as well, too. So, Keith, do you remember when that happened? Sounds familiar. Now, of course, I'm the one that says, turn around, don't drown like my storm chasers. I was young back then. Yeah, I also highly condone the... I'm not sure if condone's the best word to use, but enforce the turn around, don't drown chant. And my X is still broken. Let's see if refreshing fixes it, which it did. Someone said, gotta be prepared. Enumclaw has had questionable mainline power since I was a kid. Nothing wrong with having your generator ready to go. Very well spoken. Ooh, what's this now? Starting to show an uptrend for Saturday morning, though. Just a little heads up. This is brand new coming off the press, and it's showing 42 miles per hour for the greater Seattle area for max wind gusts. This would be between 10 p.m. Friday and 4 a.m. Saturday. Down in the Enumclaw area, since I have a few people still watching from Enumclaw, has right around the same range down there, about 30 to 35 miles per hour. A little bit stronger off here in the foothills, like towards Greenwater, though. And some of that wind escaping towards the east of Mount Rainier. coming up through the foothills from the south. Of course, that strong westerly surge up here. Some wind gusts near 50 miles per hour for Whidbey and Fidalgo and San Juan Islands. Again, this would be late at night, early in the morning, Friday and Saturday. My ex is still broken is quote of the day. Yeah, I have an X account, but I don't have an X, if you know what I'm saying. Haven't had to worry about that. At least not yet. See, Facebook chat's calmed down quite a bit. Is watching for any new developments in the model runs. Have to wait every 6 hours to see a frame on here. See if any new updates coming in from Facebook. Quite a few shares on the new posts. Last time the Snoqualmie River received any significant flooding from the Snoqualmie River was October 2019. I can't remember the details of that event, but I look forward to seeing what this Pineapple Express event shall throw at us. From a top follower down in the Snoqualmie Valley. And see my story updates in real time whenever I move. Looks like it, yes. Pretty cool. Looks like Scott posted a new blog as well to the Emerald City Weather blog. Go check his comment section. Someone said, I'm praying for two things. Either that you are dead wrong and the weekend is going to be dry, or that there will be divine intervention and the weekend is going to be dry. Yeah, snowpack's not looking so great this year, at least initially for the mountain passes. Something else that was addressed in Scott's blog as well. Yeah, topography is huge around here. As Sparky1549 said on YouTube, topography is massive. It's going to be huge swings in the forecast based on where one is and at what time. And it's just not possible to have an exact, precise forecast for each spot. That's why most of my forecasts are in ranges across the area and not overall pinpoints. You know, I can't stress that possibility enough that things could swing for some areas and bust for others. It happens from time to time, and it will continue to happen until the end of time. It's just the way it is, and that's that. So we're out to 90 hours so far. We have to go out to 144 hours. So yeah, this shows a little break in the wind between Saturday night and early Sunday morning. Now I'm just waiting for more frames to come in to see what goes on with Sunday's event. Yeah, that's a pretty big kick up between 4 a.m. and 10 a.m. Already has Tacoma here in the 25 to 30 mile per hour range at 10 a.m. on Sunday. We'll just have to check the trend as the model continues to render. There we go. A little more comfy now. Ooh, that's a big uptick for Sunday. Let's check the comparison here. Wants to bring the stronger winds a little bit south compared to the 12Z. Instead of having the stronger winds up here in the central sound, it brings it a little more towards the south. And this is where we could have some slightly stronger wind concerns for the Enumclaw area. If you're still watching out of Enumclaw and Buckley, have to watch for just how far this red radius extends into that area. Still looking like around 30 to 35, but some areas could be hitting 40 now with this little trend towards a more southerly. I'm guessing this is more of a southerly storm track offshore compared to what it was before. Very subtle changes in the forecast coming in. Someone said, "Thank you, be aware, everyone." Average showing only 28. Darn, that's all. So far. That's just for one day, but it has the wind coming through pretty quick. Check the pressure gradient across the area. Definitely a bit of a gradient when that area of low pressure comes in. More so noticeable here. You see a little indentation right there. That would be approximately a 1008 millibar surface low moving through a favorable area, with a little bit of a pressure gradient on the southern side of it. So that's what the model's trying to account for right now. And the position of it does vary between model to model run, and that's what it's trying to pick up on right now. But the Euro 18Z shows a little more coverage for Sunday afternoon when it comes to rainfall. Now we're just waiting to get into Monday to see what it has to say for wind as well as rain. A couple more frames to go. Yeah, it amazes me that with the technology available, that models still don't take topography into account. At least deterministics. The Euro does a better job than the rest at this, but you know you'll see better jobs done with the high res models like the NAM and the HER, for example. Like it'll show you the individual river valleys and all of that too. We can show you an example real quick. Like this is what the recent 18Z NAM is showing for Friday morning. See, it exaggerates the area around Mount Rainier much more than the European does. You can really see this in temperatures too. See, you can see the Skykomish right here. You can see the Sauk, Stillaguamish, Skagit, even parts of the Nooksack up here. You can identify most of these river valleys just by seeing the high resolution imagery here. See the Cowlitz easily through here, Lewis. Yeah, the high res models do a much better job. Snoqualmie right there. Yeah, some models do, like maybe Dapu said. Say the Her and the Nam are the best models for this. See, the Her actually exaggerates it a little more. I don't know if you saw the difference there, but a little bit less smoothing with the Her. So I think overall the Her 3KM is probably the best model for this, in my opinion. This shows all the little striations in the river valleys much better than the Nam does even as well. Still have to wait a little bit for the 0Zs to come out. Looks like the 18Z European is almost done with its render. UW GFS. I figured someone would mention that. I personally do not like the layout of the UW GFS. But, you know, we can still try it anyways. The UW WRF GFS model. It's just not my cup of tea, to be honest. Yeah, we can go way into the 4/3 kilometer, which is extremely high resolution. Let's find gusts. Go Puget Sound, 10-meter wind gusts, and loop. Just really wish they had a much better layout for this site, personally. Let's see for Friday. These are in knots also. It says wind gusts. This gray contour here would be about 30 knots. So about 35 miles per hour out of the southwest at, looks like 4 a.m. Saturday. Yeah, notice it does pick up the westerly surge here quite well. There's wind gusts of 35 knots, which is about 40 miles per hour just offshore of Whidbey Island here at 1 p.m. on Friday. And even has it getting up into a range of 40 knots, which is 46 miles per hour. So yeah, just some things to watch for sure. Let's see Western Washington loop instead. Does pick up a pretty nice pressure gradient with that. This is, again, 4 a.m. Saturday. Strong westerly surge up here. Not terribly windy down here in the South Sound, but yeah, I just wish they made this layout a little more interactive. It's just not really my cup of tea when it comes to weather models. Like if they had the option to select a contour here, like Pivotal does, just pinpoint something here and then have it show the value, that would make this map much more intuitive, in my opinion. Wind speeds are more like it where I live, says Keith. Yeah, it has wind gusts getting up to the 25 knot range near Bellingham at 1 a.m. on Saturday. But yeah, this model's hurting my eyes, so we're going to switch away from it. Okay, European model's done. It's showing some pretty blustery winds around the area between 4 and 10 p.m. on Monday with that next atmospheric river. And then it looks like by the end of the run, we get a little bit of a break with that. But again, note the westerly surge with that as well. Right. Keith says he agrees. So yeah, for anyone tuning in who may have just missed it, we just had the next European run completely initialize, showing 3 primary periods with windy conditions around the area. Friday afternoon, Sunday morning, and Monday afternoon, by the looks of it, right now. So we'll be watching and fine-tuning some of these measurements as they come in. This has around 40 mile per hour gusts from my area Sunday afternoon, which would be really strong. At least compared to what we've been getting recently. But notice this westerly surge up here, over 50 miles per hour between 4 a.m. and 10 a.m. on Saturday, affecting areas of San Juan County, Island County, Skagit County, Clallam, and Jefferson. Is your PSSW Facebook page private? No, it's not. It's public. Keith, are you having issues finding the page? Is that what's going on? So now you just have to wait for the next set of cams to render, but they're still a couple hours out. Go see what the ensembles are showing so far for ranges of wind. No, not enough data yet for that. Still have a ways to go before we have enough data. Really wish they made it on Pivotal. I think they may do this on Weatherbell, but to show wind gusts on the AI model. Currently only shows sustained winds on the AI model. About 14 knots. Yeah, that's really not too much. I found it, just wanted to see what I should put mine on. Okay. Well, you can start out as private at first until you get everything set up and then set it to public. That's how you could start out. I'll probably make a second post tonight on the wind forecast for the Facebook page. It's looking more and more likely as I see the new models come in. I will have to post another update on this tonight. The GFS, which isn't always great for wind, shows quite a bit of wind Sunday morning also. It just doesn't have great terrain features on the model. I'm gonna take it with an extreme grain of salt. We'll be lurking though. Okay. Yeah, feel free. Make something to eat. Thank you again, Sonia, for watching over things. Yeah, things are trending up for Friday, for sure. This has the leading edge of precipitation moving in overnight, and then starting to accumulate between 7 and 10 a.m. tomorrow morning. Then things start to pick up, especially over the foothills here, where some areas could get over 3/4 of an inch by the time the day's up. That's not even the main event. Not even the first main event, I should say. Start of as personal and go public. Yeah, I'd say start it out as private, and then once you're ready to release the information, like if you're comfortable with how the page looks, then set it to public. That would be my suggestion to you. Yeah, it's all good, Keith. No problem. Just hit 60 likes on Facebook. Cool beans. Thank you guys for continuing to like on Facebook. If you guys like the stream so far and what you're seeing, go ahead and share it to your friends. Best of all, share the Puget Sound Stormwatch page to your family and friends. If you'd like to see future live stream coverage like this. Everything helps. Yeah, a little more rain on top of that Saturday into Sunday, and then Sunday into Monday, we just go ballistic on rainfall totals. Yeah, every frame I jump here is 3 hours. So watch the Tacoma value right here over this next 12-hour jump. Went from 1.35 inches to 2.55, including a 1.7 to 2.12 inch jump in just 3 hours. Then by the end of the run at 10 a.m. Tuesday, it's at a whopping 2.74 for the Tacoma area. And for the mountains, don't even get me started on the mountains. Shows 6 to 8, even some areas showing 9 inches of total precipitation over some of the higher elevations. And most of this will be falling as rain also, just an added heads up. Of course, with the subtropical moisture, we're going to be warmer than average during this time frame, with much higher snow levels than we're used to this time of the year. We're looking at some days where we get towards the mid 50s around the Puget Sound area too. Some areas possibly higher than this. We could easily see a couple spots hit 60 degrees by Monday. You know, I remember last month, I think I said, okay, this should be the last 60-degree day for most spots. What a fun time to be wrong if that happens. Yeah, let's check out dew points as well. Dew points in the 50s by Friday afternoon with that first atmospheric river. And then there's Tuesday morning and Monday night. Again, dew points in the lower to mid 50s across much of the area. The extremely moist air coming in, mixing down to the lower levels around the Puget Sound. That's what this is showing right here. Relative humidity over 90% towards the surface during that time. That's what this map is showing here. I'll be watching some changes here closely, but I think I'm going to make a updated post on my forecast from either this morning or yesterday, talking about the wind. I believe it was yesterday I made a morning post about the possible wind. There's definitely some changes to be made to that forecast. This model even shows some areas near 50 here up towards Payne Field between 4 p.m. and 10 p.m. on Monday with that system. Lots of small little areas to watch here. Does anyone watching on Facebook have any questions they'd like to ask? The Facebook comment section has gone extinct over the last hour. Yeah, I'm going to see how long I can stay streaming without losing interest. Or until the other people begin losing interest. I know my longest stream of all time was during the October 25th windstorm, where we hit 8.5 hours. But we also had several hundred people viewing for the majority of it too. This, we only have at most a couple dozen. At least on Facebook. YouTube, yeah, the algorithm's not working very well for YouTube. There's only around 3 to 5 people viewing at one time, with 8 at most over a couple minute period. Yeah, that atmospheric river on Monday is going to be really fascinating to watch in real time. It's that huge fetch of moisture going across the North Pacific here, with a subtropical tap into the Hawaiian Islands on top of it. All right. ST Nguyen 77 says, hi, hello, welcome to the stream. Talking all things Western Washington weather. It is looking a little more progressive in recent model runs, though, from what I can see. Check the previous European. Yeah, the fire hose really gets turned on Monday afternoon and then continues into Tuesday morning. So it's going to be probably 9 to 12 hours of just continuous precipitation. And heavy precipitation at that across the area. You got the high pressure to the south and the low pressure dragging in the atmospheric river along the cold front. And that's going to be our really initiating factor for this next system. And boom! Sends it right into our region. So yeah, starting out, we're going to go frame by frame here. This is this is 4 p.m. today, so right now. This is what the model guidance is showing at the moment. See, here's the incoming atmospheric river with heavy tropical influence down by Hawaii, being carried up by the ridge and the troughs of here. By definition, this is an atmospheric river coming in tonight and tomorrow, albeit a really weak one, excuse me. A little bit of a break after that, and then Friday's system comes in. Bit of a stronger fetch of moisture across the Pacific. That's pretty progressive though, so it moves in and out rather quick. Then going through Sunday and Monday's system. It looks like that's Saturday night, Sunday morning. Yeah, Sunday morning system comes through. That poses a little bit of a wind risk. And then Monday's behemoth of a weather maker comes in. And that's the end of the run by that. Yeah, that's just the overall synopsis of what we're looking at. For a little bit of a closer view, there's tomorrow, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. And yeah, based on how deep this area of low pressure comes in, this could bring a wind risk across the area Sunday morning. Not showing too much for right now, but these amounts are going to bounce around quite a bit over the coming days. It shows a wide swath of 35 to even 45 mile per hour gusts across parts of the Puget Sound. Sunday morning and afternoon. So just something to keep tabs on as time goes on. Yeah, Monday's system also looks pretty windy too. Especially north of Everett, where some wind gusts could get up into the 50 mile per hour range. It's even showing 50 miles per hour across Whatcom County Monday afternoon too, so it's another thing to keep tabs on. So we got about a little under 2 more hours before the high res runs begin to drop. At least the more recent ones. So yeah, for anyone who may have missed it earlier, I'll go over the high res again one more time. Showing things getting breezy around the Puget Sound. Some wind gusts 25 to 30 miles per hour possible by tomorrow afternoon. That's going to move through pretty quick, and then we're going to get a little break before Friday's system. And Friday's system could bring in some 30 to 35 mile per hour gusts, some spots higher. Now, the models have been trending a little bit higher in some of these aspects, including close to 40 miles per hour for downtown Seattle between 9 and 10 p.m. on Friday. Friday system's going to be the first of 3 major systems, perhaps even 4, depending on the trend with future model runs. We could have another system come through Wednesday and Thursday of next week as well, and that's looking like the initial indication. There could be one of 3 or one of 4 major atmospheric systems to hit us over the next week, with very minimal breaks in between. If they made any changes to the forecast data. Looks like I'm not sure if this was at Minor originally, but they may have bumped up the Snohomish River near Monroe to a moderate flooding forecast. This would peak at moderate flood stage sometime during the day on December 10th, which is a week from today. Someone on Facebook said they keep losing me. Is that true? Let me just go follow up with them real quick. Commenting on my stream from 2 nights ago, saying that they keep losing me. Well, that's a little concerning. Go check in with the Facebook audience. Everything's still good on YouTube though, right? Everything looks good on YouTube. No drops in audio or video at all. Because my streaming bit rate is great. I'm still hardwired, so everything's good there. Yeah, I don't remember if this one was at minor or moderate before. But this is where all 3, the Snohomish, Skykomish, and Snoqualmie meet near Monroe. You've got a gauge right there under the Highway 522 bridge. Yeah, it looks like sometime during the day on the 10th, that river there could get at the moderate flood stage. About halfway between moderate and major flood stage. Sonia says all good. Awesome. Thank you for the feedback. It's like Nooksack at Ferndale will hit action stage. Still watching for the potential for possibly some major flooding up on the Skagit near Concrete. I keep going to was live and I'm clicking on live now. So yeah, it could get really close to major flood stage here before before it turns to December 10th. So probably late at night on December 9th, going into December 10th, this river up here, the Skagit River near Concrete, could flirt with major flood stage for a short while. Be watching that forecast closely. Downstream, not quite to major, but still moderate flooding expected. Look at those fluctuations. Then moderate again for the Snohomish at Snohomish underneath the 522 bridge. And then, yeah, we're watching the Snoqualmie near Carnation. Well, just north of the town of Carnation here. Be watching that river for another flirt with the major flood stage around the time it turns December 10th. So it could have some moderate to major flooding along the area rivers by the time we hit next Wednesday. With that, the potential for that fourth system to impact us after the big atmospheric river Monday and Tuesday. Posting Western Washington and Western Connecticut forecast blogs. Interesting choice. But yeah, even the Skokomish down here is not showing any signs of flooding right now. I expect these to change as time goes on. Could be seeing the Skokomish getting near action stage or possibly over action stage, depending on how the atmospheric river is oriented as time goes on. Yeah, that's just an overall look at Western Washington right now. So 5 areas capable of hitting moderate flooding, with 2 of those getting really close to major. All right, any more questions from anybody? Just checking around a few different places right now. Looks like North Bend Weather on Facebook made a post. But overall, it'll be a lot of model watching over the next week or so. State Route 20 will close tomorrow. That is correct. See some of the headlines getting around to other pages too. For example, Cowlitz County News reposting Cliff Mass's blog. Okay, let's get back into it, shall we? Yeah, here's visible satellite as of a minute ago. This is our plume of atmospheric river moisture coming in from the Hawaiian subtropics. This is our ridge right here. This is the next area of low pressure dragging it in. Little weak atmospheric river pulse coming in tonight and tomorrow, followed by a stronger one on Friday. And then another round of atmospheric moisture coming in Sunday, and then much larger one Monday and the Tuesday, followed by another round possible Wednesday and the Thursday as well. So really busy headlines coming up. Okay, ensemble forecast is rendered. Now we don't have to look at percentiles anymore. So this is the ensemble mean. This is showing averages based on 50 different ensemble runs. So the initial conditions are tweaked and all the models are averaged down into one mean. This is showing averages in the 35 to 40 mile per hour range for the SeaTac airports. SeaTac airports, Seattle, Tacoma, around that general area of the central Puget Sound. Should be in a 4-hour range between 4 p.m. and 10 p.m. on Friday. So even the ensembles are showing areas of stronger winds possible over the Puget Sound sometime Friday afternoon. It's showing wind gusts in the 30 to 35 mile per hour range with Sunday afternoon system. And then again up in the 35 to 40 range with Monday night and Tuesday morning system as well. So a lot of different events to watch here. At least 3, maybe 4 different possible wind and rain events coming up over the next week. Yeah, and as Sonia, my moderator, says, if you're watching and you're enjoying, be sure to like, subscribe, ring that notification bell, and share. Looks like we just crossed 60 views on YouTube. Thank you guys for continuing to tune in. Okay, check some current wind gusts. Barely anything. Max wind gusts since midnight. Again, not too impressive right now. Dew points mostly in the 30s and 40s. So pretty saturated air mass right now towards ground level. You notice the temperatures are only in the mid 40s around much of the area. So the closer that dew point temperature and air temperature are, then the more humid the air mass is. You notice a lot of areas in the 80 to 90% relative humidity area around the Puget Sound. Yeah, 24-hour precip amounts. Most of the precip over the last 24 hours has missed the southern Puget Sound region out here. Most of the rain fell over the western Whatcom County area or central Snohomish County area. Other than that, that's about it, really. coast waiting for these high-res models to drop, but it's still going to be probably another hour and a half or so before they do. Yeah, most recent fully run HER model does show some breezy conditions forming early tomorrow morning across the Puget Sound. Most of these winds are going to be out of the south, ahead of that next system coming in off the coast. So mostly southerly winds over the waters and lowland areas. Things picking up a little bit by 5 a.m., and then the model run only goes out to 8 a.m. at this point. The same trend continues with the next one, which isn't all the way rendered yet. Go check the audiences. Still 8 of you guys watching on Facebook. Thank you guys. And around 5 people on YouTube. Awesome sauce. Yeah, the goal is to try to build some more watch hours on YouTube so we can enable more monetization features. Still have quite a ways to go, but we're working on it. Sonia says, be right back. Sounds good. Could get up to 25-mile-per-hour gusts near Neptune Beach up here in Whatcom County by 7 a.m. tomorrow. Other than that, only 15 to 20-mile-per-hour gusts along the Puget Sound and a few areas to the west and east, but that's really about it so far. So have to wait for the next full model run to come out, and that's going to be probably another hour and a half to 2 hours. Yeah, a lot of people are sharing Cliffmass's blog. Even the Grace Harbor Scanner, which actually ripped off one of my posts one time. And then comment on their post. All right, comment made. Yeah, if Cliffmass says it, it must be true, right? Yeah, it could get up to 30 miles per hour for parts of the Kitsap Peninsula tomorrow morning. A little breezy, but really nothing to run home about whatsoever. This is only a precursor of what's to come. You know, the real fun stuff, in case you're just tuning in and missed it earlier, we're tracking the real fun weather coming in starting Friday. Going all the way through at least Thursday of next week. And several of these rivers are going to be getting over flood stage, and they just bumped up the Cowlitz River at Randall to a moderate flood stage, potentially. Yeah, it looks like between the night of the 9th and the night of the 11th, the Cowlitz River at Randall will be pushing moderate to major flood stage. So that is now the 6th station in Western Washington to begin forecasting moderate flooding over the next 4 to 10 days. Just haven't updated this value yet. So yeah, Cowlitz River at Randall, Lewis County. Otherwise, anything you see with the yellow is going to be an action stage, which is not quite flood stage. It just means it's getting close to flood stage. It'll have to be watched pretty closely. Anything with green is okay. No flooding expected. And same with the white. No flooding expected. Yeah, it's now looking like the Skykomish River near Gold Bar could just hit moderate flood stage sometime the afternoon of the 9th. Yeah, it's saying a little disclaimer here as well. The 4 to 10 day trend forecast is based on model guidance, and uncertainty during this period is greater. So, where you see the red area here, the greatest uncertainty. See, Snoqualmie near Carnation, close to major. And same with the Skagit near Concrete as well. Just a hair below major flood stage in the forecast. We'll take a look at the upper level jet. Let's look at 500 millibars, about 18,000 feet. Keep an eye on the jet stream as it moves. This is our area of high pressure. Lower pressure to the north. Nice little upper level trough off the coast here, like well off the coast. Thousands of miles away. This is around the time the first atmospheric river hits the initial plume of moisture. Tomorrow morning, that comes through, and a much stronger plume of moisture enters the area on Friday. It's shown here. Strong jet stream impacting the area. And then that moves out of the area. We get a little break on Saturday again. Then things pick up pretty quickly here on Sunday, with that next atmospheric river coming through yet again. And maybe a little break Monday, at least the early half of Monday. And then that really strong system moves in Monday afternoon and Tuesday morning. As we go through Wednesday, potential for a round 4 coming in on Wednesday. To see how far south this jet stream dips with that. It suggests the high pressure could come a little bit farther north, which could ruin plans for a 4th strike from an atmospheric river. And the potential for that high pressure to settle back in again. Jet stream well to our north by Friday could result in a little break in the weather pattern. So yeah, that's that pretty much over the next week. A lot of factors going into the forecast. Ooh, we've been going for almost 4 hours. Wow. Much higher clouds beginning to move in with this next impulse, and our atmospheric river number 1A. I'll call it 1A because Friday is going to be 1B. This is going to be 1A tonight and tomorrow. It's beginning to make landfall along the coast here. But nothing's being picked up on radar yet. It's really just the leading edge of clouds coming in. Nothing major again. Get up and take a water break real fast. Close the blinds. See, some people are still talking about potential for winter coming up. Still a lot of things that have to go our way. I suppose we can take a look at that right now as well. Let's go to the less than believable GFS model. Let's look at 850 millibar temperature anomaly. So temperature anomalies at 5,000 feet. This is the recent GFS model, and yeah, the GFS shows potential, but it's the GFS we're talking about, so it's not always going to verify. It does show this Arctic air in a favorable spot though, but can we draw enough of it down with the system before the warmer than average air comes back in? Pretty uncertain at the moment. .500 millibar heights. Do have a nice trough with a jet stream in a favorable position. That could certainly help our case a little bit, but then look at that. The ridge is back on our doorstep right after. Let's see what it shows for heights overall. See, that ridge backs down, and then we're underneath the jet stream for quite some time. And a pretty strong trough swings through out of Canada around the Friday, Saturday time frame. This is over a week in the future, a week and a half almost. But then that ridge comes back into play and puts a blockade on our weather yet again as we go towards the end of December, out towards Christmas time. I'm still not sold on the potential for really cold air over the Puget Sound area during that time. Keith says he's done finishing his new Facebook page. Did it turn out the way you wanted it to? Does show colder air near the surface, but not cold enough for a long enough duration to really bring any significant snow chances. It's just not a real favorable long-term signal right now. So look at the AI forecast system. Yeah, the AI doesn't work it much farther south than the mountains of BC. Not a huge fan of that signal. We still have that marine influence on our doorstep too. He says he likes it. Well, if you like it, that's all that matters. It's all you need is for you to like it. Still kind of trending towards warmer than normal over this period. Yeah, we do get a little bit cooler than average if this model is correct by next weekend, not this weekend. But nowhere near cold enough for snow. Lowland snow, that is. Ooh, the AI actually swings kind of a fantasy windstorm setup through on Monday the 15th. Say fantasy because we're so far into the extended here that it's most likely not going to verify like that. See, the 12Z European starts to bring the ridge back by Thursday. So that is probably when the atmospheric rivers would be done. is sometime Wednesday. But again, still quite a bit of disagreement here. It's going to be a while before we really start to get an accurate forecast out of this. But notice this is right now, still have the ridge on our doorstep. And then we bring a little impulse through on Friday, and that's really going to back the ridge off quite a bit. And then we're going to open up the jet stream over the area. And that's going to open up our storm train corridor again. But depending on where this ridge is, it could send a bulk of the moisture to the north of the area towards Vancouver Island. So there's still, like I said, a few details that need to be ironed out here. So yeah, once again, Thursday system, Friday, Sunday, and Monday. Still has the bullseye aimed at the Washington coast. That's the signal that the European is showing, the most recent one. Ooh, don't know why I'm so tired. $64 likes on Facebook. Thank you guys for that. It's only a few of you guys still watching, but yeah, I do appreciate everyone's time for tuning in tonight. Good. Got another follower. Excellent. Does anyone else have any questions they'd like to bring up? We can pass the time. Gonna be going on to 4 hours of streaming here very soon. Doing it this long to try to reach as many people as I possibly can on here. Looking at 6-hour average precipitation, courtesy of the European ensemble runs. So again, this is the average of 50 different members and a control. So our initial starting conditions. Think of it like a controlled variable in the scientific method. So like the heaviest period will be between the 6-hour period of 10 p.m. Monday and 4 a.m. Tuesday, according to the European ensemble forecast. Over a half inch expected for parts of the Puget Sound and higher as you go down towards the I-5 corridor in Thurston, Lewis, and Cowlitz counties. AI model shows right around the same, but the heaviest precip falling about 12 hours before. Wonder how frequently they update this forecast. But yeah, Keith, seeing now that the Nooksack at Ferndale could reach action stage sometime during the day on the 10th. That's the most that we have right now for the Nooksack or any Whatcom County rivers. And Chehalis is at action all around. Overall, the greatest flooding risk is going to be in the Cascades of King and Skagit counties. With some over in Snohomish as well, southern Snohomish. Yeah, 4-day trends trending up for most of the area of rivers. A lot of these rivers around here are going to get close to action stage. So green is okay. Yellow is action stage. Orange, minor flooding. Red is moderate flooding. Don't have any major flooding right now, but some rivers like the Skagit near Concrete and the Snoqualmie near Carnation could flirt with major flood stage for a while around the December 10th timeframe. I'm going to try to drag you guys on for a little bit longer. Going on the 4 hours here soon on the stream. Probably not going to go much more than that, but you know, we'll see. If more questions begin coming in or any more requests, then we can definitely extend the stream quite a bit for that. So like a few spots are picking up a little bit of precipitation here up north. Still some passing showers, but most of the activity has already decayed. Now it's just a matter of watching for tomorrow and beyond, see what happens around the area. Because this is the next atmospheric river coming in. Whether you like to call it that or not, that is what it is. They mention it several times in the area forecast discussion as well. See, atmospheric river. It's a real deal. Watching some of the things on the Pacific Northwest Weather Discord right now. A lot of personalities in there, I'll say that for sure. A lot of personalities. Trying to see if we can hit 100 views here on YouTube, but it's probably going to take a little bit longer. But yeah, for anyone who may have missed the forecast discussion earlier, start out by saying a very active week is ahead with the parade of weather systems keeping conditions warm, wet, and windy from Thursday and beyond. Thursday being tomorrow. A more significant atmospheric river system event looks to set up early next week with the potential for flooding. Could be river flooding, aerial flooding, small stream flooding. They don't really generalize that. Coastal flooding impacts will be possible Friday into early next week, but look to remain mostly minor. As a heads up, remember, a coastal flood advisory goes into effect from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. tomorrow for the coast of Grays Harbor County. And then a succeeding coastal flood watch goes into effect for the same area, but from Friday morning to Friday afternoon. The potential for some moderate coastal flooding, with inundation up to 2.5 feet above ground level, which doesn't sound like much, but right on the threshold there of moderate coastal flooding, with the king tides and some low atmospheric pressure coinciding with each other. There's still a lot of uncertainty here in the discussion too. And it seems like as we get closer to the events, the National Weather Service is going to start to get some trends going here. Because they discuss quite well the levels of uncertainty with snow level, total rain, winds, coastal flooding, etc. They do a real nice job at communicating that. Talk about the potential for small craft advisory strength winds and some areas of gale strength gusts possible along the Strait of Juan de Fuca coming up. It says the flood threat will shift to the flood-prone Skokomish River late in the weekend. Yeah, as of right now, if we go back to the flood monitoring system, currently don't have any flood threats down there. So we will have to see how this changes. Anything out in the red range here is based on model forecasts. Anything in the green range is a much shorter range forecast. And should be much more accurate than anything out beyond 3 days. But looking at the map here, days 1 through 3. So this would be through, I believe this includes today. So this would be through Friday. See, a lot of the rivers here shown with the gauges. No concern right now. But the ones with the yellows could hit action stage, which is just below flood stage. But still action stage where it gets close to a minor flooding crest. This includes the Skokomish River near Gold Bar, Snohomish River at Snohomish, Snohomish near Monroe, and the Snoqualmie near Carnation. Notice how 3 of these rivers are expected to hit moderate, possibly even major flood stage if these were to update anytime soon. See, like, this is the Skagit near Concrete, just flirting with major flood stage here before it hits December 10th. This would be the night of the 9th, most likely, but for a short amount of time. A couple more likes coming in on the stream. Thank you guys. Also a couple followers as well. Appreciate you guys tuning in. Just checking up on some things on the Dogcast real quick. You guys want to check out what the Dogcast is showing? This is the UW Dogcast on Twitter/X. Future rainfall for Western Washington through Saturday at 5 p.m. Just shy of an inch here at the UW campus, around 1.1 inches for Everett, close to 1.2 up in Bellingham, and a little bit less down here south of SeaTac along I-5. Maybe even a little half inch around Bremerton. It's more along the coast too, about 1.25 inches here in Hoquiam. This is from now through Saturday at 5 p.m. So this does not include the heaviest of rain expected to fall Monday into Tuesday. Just as a little heads up. And then max wind gusts for Western Washington over the next 48 hours. This is through Friday at 3 p.m. So around 34 miles per hour for Seattle. 34 for Bremerton, and overall just not too much. So this is just through Friday. This isn't including peak winds on Friday as well. This is just through 3 p.m. So 48 hours from the time this graphic was introduced. All right, Brittany66 on YouTube. So it's looking like the rivers more north are going to be affected more so than the ones down south. Initially, that is the correct call right now. Yes. Just find it's a little interesting right now that they don't have any major bulletins out for the Stillaguamish. Going for the Skagit to the north and the Skykomish and Snohomish to the south, but not for the immediate Stillaguamish area, which I found a little bit interesting. They do have it getting up towards action stage here at the Stillaguamish in downtown Arlington. Close to action stage, within about a foot of action stage between the 9th and the 10th, but doesn't get much higher than that initially. Upstream near Arlington, as you head up towards Oso along Highway 530, still would need about 2 feet of river height to get near action stage, which then again is not flood stage. Then the only river north of the Skagit that has flood conditions right now is potentially the Nooksack at Ferndale reaching action stage, but not much higher than that right now. But the rivers that we'll be watching are the Skykomish, Snohomish, and Snoqualmie down here in the Central Sound, and then the Skagit up here in Northwest Washington. Where we could have the Skagit near Concrete once again flirt with major flood stage. The same goes for the Snoqualmie near Carnation. Also flirting with major flood stage on the 10th. What does action stage means? Well, it means the stage, like simply enough, it means the stage where you begin to take flood precautions. Although flooding is not initially expected, it could reach the stage above it, which is minor flood stage as shown here. So it's quite literally what it sounds like. It's the stage where you begin to take flood action. So it's where it gets to a point of concern, but not to a point of flooding. It's like right there in the middle. Like, for example, here with the Snoqualmie near Carnation, this is the stage in feet. So this line here above the line would be 51 feet. So action stage is somewhere between 50 and 51 feet, and minor flood stage is at 54 feet. So that's when it'll just begin to crest its banks a little bit, but not expecting moderate flood stage until the late morning, early afternoon time of the 9th. And then we could flirt with major flood stage along that river for a short time overnight as we go towards the 10th of December. And bouncing around a little bit and then gradually dropping off as we go towards the 13th. This is when it should dry out a bit. Okay, so Brittany is in Bucota off the Skookumchuck. Yeah, they have a monitor for you out there. And right now, same thing, action stage. But doesn't get much higher than action stage. So action stage is right around 209.5 feet. And minor flood stage is at about 211.5 feet. So you should stay about 2 feet below minor flood stage, which means you're not expecting flooding in your area along the Skookumchuck right now. I will be sure to update you guys in the future if things change. Of course, anything in the red zone here, this is based off a 4 to 10 day model forecast. Anything in the green zone here is an immediate 1 to 3 day forecast. This is going to be much more accurate than the red. Once again, the red is just speculating based off the average of model runs. So hopefully that clears up a little bit of confusion for you. You know, an action stage doesn't always mean that a flood's about to happen. It just means to get ready to take precautions in case it goes into minor flood stage, which right now does not look to be the case for Bucota and surrounding vicinities. The Skookumchuck at Centralia will not get any flooding, according to this forecast. The action stage is way up here at 187 feet. Looks like that area will get right around 184.5 feet before receding. So about 2.5 feet below action stage for the Skookumchuck at Centralia. And then 2 feet below action stage for where the Skookumchuck meets the Chehalis River in Centralia. So, yeah, overall, the Skookumchuck River looks to be out of harm's way for right now. And we won't even get even close at the Skookumchuck Reservoir. You can't even see the line for action stage up here. All right, just hit 10 likes on YouTube. Thank you, guys. We're a little bit over 70 views at the moment. Trying to help build our watch time to enable monetization features here on YouTube. You know, we're trying to keep Puget Sound Stormwatch running full time as efficiently as possible. Yeah, I'll be watching these closely to see if any of these start to hit major, which is the purple here. Again, for a brief summation of what I just said, we're watching out for the Snoqualmie near Carnation to possibly crest at major flood stage, the purple line up there, and the Skagit River near Concrete to do right about the same. Elsewhere, we could hit moderate here on the Skykomish near Gold Bar. And a lot of rivers in action stage potentially by the beginning of next week, lasting into the end of next week before we finally get a break from these weather systems. Brittany says, hopefully it stays that way and it doesn't change for more flooding. Yeah, right now the axis for atmospheric river moisture is more aimed towards northern Washington than it is southern, like down by your area. But once again, we'll be watching the track closely, and I'll follow up with updates as well. So just hope that relieves any anxiety for you if you're feeling a little bit anxious about what's coming up. We also have the Cowlitz near Randall. Expected to hit moderate flood stage for a couple of days between the night of the 9th and the night of the 11th before it quickly starts to drop off when we have a break in those weather systems. Okay, 0Z HERS rendering, so that means the 0Z NAM is probably within a half hour of beginning to render. Now we just hang around and see what the 0Z HER wants to spit out for us. I think once the 0Z models start to drop, then I'll consider making another post on Facebook about it. Also, just a reminder to everybody watching, the merch, geez, I can't spit it out, sorry. The merch shop still has a deal running for the rest of the week. 20% off everything if you want to check out the new designs here, including Storm Train, the Big Dark, and the newly approved Marine Push shirt design and sweatshirt design as well. As well, certified radar watcher, and I had someone, unfortunately it doesn't look like they were able to join the stream today. I had someone specially request this shirt design. My wife watches weather streamers. Who knows, maybe someone else's wife likes watching weather streamers if you guys are interested in picking up these designs here on the store. You know, about 30% of the proceeds go towards helping Puget Sound Stormwatch. So, heaviest of rain over the area right now is over central BC, Prince George area. Well to our north, but this is eventually going to fill in as we go through tomorrow. Not expecting major rainfall at the moment tomorrow. That's really going to hold it off till Friday. We're looking at 3, possibly 4 atmospheric river systems to move in over the next week. So from now until next Thursday, by the looks of it. Ooh. I have to get up here again in a second. I haven't seen much activity on Facebook in the last 15 minutes. Viewer counts fluctuating here on YouTube quite a bit. Let's see, we talked about the AFD already, talked about river flooding. Let's make sure I have all the current data, which I do. Just waiting on the model runs right now by the looks of it. Mainly paying attention to what the HER 3KM shows for wind going into Friday. Now this should end around 4 p.m. on Friday once it fully initializes. And then eventually the 0Z NAM 3KM will also begin to render. Then we'll have the most up-to-date high-res imagery on the models. In that case, based on what I see, I'll probably make a Facebook post about that as well. All right, from Brittany on YouTube. Brittany66. What about next Friday? Cliffmass said we were going to get a Godzilla of an atmospheric river event then. Next Friday. Not sure about next Friday, but I know Monday and Tuesday looks like the biggest event of the year by far. Guess we'll have to see where he gets that from. We want to go back to the 12Z. Next Friday would be around this range, a little bit after this. Not seeing any current indication of a strong atmospheric river next Friday. We have that next system coming through Wednesday, which could be our fourth atmospheric river in a line of 3 or 4. And then a little bit of a break after that. The system stays mainly offshore. Then we get some rain with a cold front coming through, possibly, because this is 12 days in the future, likely to change. Just got to say that right now. This likely will not stand. And then following Monday on the 15th could have a system come through. And potential for another system to come through the next day, Tuesday. And then that's the end of the run. So this Friday, in 2 days, yeah, we're expecting a system to come through. It's not going to be super dependent on moisture. It's going to be a fairly progressive, weak to moderate atmospheric river. And then Sunday's system comes through. Again, not too strong, but then Monday's is going to be the one of interest. Monday's showing a pretty strong atmospheric river event across the area. Monday night going into Tuesday morning. We could have this moisture parked over us for most of the afternoon on Monday and parts of the morning on Tuesday. She said, oh, I think he had the days wrong. I just looked at his post again, and it's changed to Wednesday. Wednesday would be a more believable date, in my opinion. See, it does have a plume of moisture aimed over us, but with some falling snow levels, so probably not as much of a subtropical moisture tap with this one. You can zoom out to see just how far this area of moisture extends. I don't know. It's got origins, again, based down in the subtropics. See, Hawaii, the archipelago is right there. It has Pineapple Express characteristics, so Yeah, it may just be the lower resolution of the model struggling a bit with the moisture, because you notice how later on in the morning on Wednesday, so we kind of have a transition time. So Tuesday night, it shows snow over the passes, and then transition to rain. Then the transition back to snow at the higher passes, including possibly Stevens. So the snow level fluctuates quite a bit with that as well. But yeah, this would be ridiculous amounts of rain Monday night and Tuesday morning. And looking quite a bit breezy as well. It shows some areas getting up over 40 mile per hour wind gusts. These would be out of the southwest down here and out of the west if you're near the Strait of Juan de Fuca up here. So mostly southwesterly winds in excess of what looks like 30 to 40 miles per hour throughout the early morning time Tuesday and late afternoon and evening time on Monday. So a rainy, breezy period coming up. It's possible Cliff Mass could have changed his post around a little bit. I do notice it's starting to make the rounds around Facebook. Go check out his blog one more time. Yeah, so this is Cliff's blog right here. So originally posted on December 2nd, but most likely it was just updated very recently. Massive La Nina precipitation coming to the northwest. Brittany says she read through it when it first got posted. I took a skim through it, but I didn't read really in depth into it. He said, heavy rain and snow, check. Snow should have a little asterisk next to it. Skiing before the holidays, check. I don't know about that one. Bring reservoirs to near normal levels, check. Threaten flooding on some local rivers, check and check again. So I'm kind of iffy with this one. I disagree with this one, though. I don't think a lot of the ski resorts are going to be open before the holidays. You know, maybe if you're Stevens North, but Snoqualmie South, not looking good right now. Right now, I gotta say. The next few weeks are going to be an exciting meteorological ride, so buckle up. That is true. And if Cliff also mentions it as atmospheric rivers, it is a scientific meteorological term. So yes, it is a real thing. This isn't conspiracy. This isn't like the talk about chemtrails and HARP weather modification and all that. This is a real word, atmospheric river, resulting in bountiful precipitation, including snow in the mountains, with an asterisk. The next week will include 3 atmospheric rivers. Integrated water vapor transport, or IVT, values shown below. So he says a modest atmospheric river beginning Thursday, tomorrow, going through Friday and ending Saturday. And then the stronger one next Monday, and then a so-called Godzilla atmospheric river next Wednesday. So far, at least from my initial guidance, it's looking like Monday could be the strongest of the series. But this is the UW GFS model, so we will see which one prevails. Through Friday morning, a good wetting with mountains soaked by 3 to 5 inches. Yeah, just an appetizer. Some locations in the mountains receiving 5 to 7 inches, I believe that. Then the crazy strong atmospheric river, and by next Friday, totals become 10 inches and more in much of the mountain areas. And you notice the coast, Olympics, and Cascades are all lit up in yellow here, which is closing in on a foot of precipitation total. Keith says he's going to delete his blog and start a new one. If that's what you believe is right, then you go ahead and do it. So yeah, the European also pretty wet over the area too. This is total precipitation over the next 6 days. See some rain shadowing over the susceptible areas, but otherwise over an inch to up to an inch and a half. As we go through, this is valid at 10 a.m. on Monday. So right before that huge fetch of moisture comes in Monday. And by next Friday, oh yeah, all areas over 3 inches in this one. Even the rain shadow regions are well over 3 inches. Some of the southern Puget Sound area here and southwest interior, up to 6 inches possible over some of these areas. It's amazing how much this forecast has changed since Cliff posted it. Because now the Snoqualmie River near Carnation is up over moderate, touching major flood stage. It's a huge increase with the model guidance since this was posted yesterday. Considerable differences. Yeah, I'm still not too sure about the snow forecast. You notice here too how it's showing the snow down here in the lowlands. I think it's a little too premature to start talking about snow, even up in the mountains. Just think it's a little too premature in my opinion. See a lot of comments coming in too. Someone said, would you please add some snapshots of model predictions for winds? I agree with that. I think he should be talking about the wind as well. It's not going to be significant, but it's going to be enough to where with the moisture, the soils being fully saturated and super saturated in some areas, that it's going to allow trees to come down much easier. Yeah, it looks like a bleed over. Yeah, it does. With all that moisture, trees are going to come down at the touch of a breeze. That I do agree with. Mainly the conifers, evergreens, pine trees. You know, the risk is going to be heavily mitigated with the annual trees that have already lost their vegetation. That's not my worry, though. It's the larger trees that have loose roots in the ground. Those are probably going to easily come down with supersaturated soils. So... But yeah, I agree with most of the points in Cliff's blog, but I do think there's a few things that should be moderated and changed as a result. I wonder if I check back on this tomorrow if any of these will be purple. That's going to be a point of curiosity, is will we have any rivers approach major flood stage? Or exceed major flood stage. Awesome sauce. We just crossed 70 likes on Facebook. Thank you guys for continuing to like the stream. If you guys like what you see so far, please consider sharing the page to your friends and family. It would mean a lot. Really trying to expand the reach of Puget Sound Stormwatch across Facebook, YouTube, and other platforms. Also on Blue Sky as well, and I have my personal Twitter account on X, aka Twitter. And then this is the Emerald City weather blog. This is Scott Sistek's personal blog. This was published not long ago. Time for Seattle to earn that rainy reputation, as there is now a solid chance of rain every day for at least the next week, if not even a few days beyond. With the rains gradually increasing in intensity, the river flooding remains a growing concern for next week. Storms start their parade on Thursday, aka tomorrow. I count seven separate waves of rain within just a week. Yeah, about a fresh batch of rain each day. A few of them qualifying as atmospheric river storms, and 2 in particular looking like potential doozies, aka massive atmospheric river storms. See, this is where I like Scott's humor when he talks about it. Makes his blog that much more, that much easier to read and pay attention to. Its first few waves of rain won't have any significant impacts. Expect Jasmine to come in on Thursday with periods of light to moderate rain throughout the day. The following one, Dexter, as he says, comes in right on Jasmine's heels Friday morning with light rain at times continuing throughout the day. Angie, which I'm guessing follows Jasmine, doesn't have much meow to it as it drifts through on Saturday, and this is shaping up to be our driest day, but least wet day of the group. Okay, won't say driest is what he meant. Won't say driest, but least wet. Showers will be light and scattered, and the day shouldn't be a washout. Shown is a loop of the European model over the next 216 hours. This was the 12Z. So the one right before the 18Z that I was showing you guys earlier. It's the one that came out around 9:30 or so this morning. Yeah, once again, your reminder that atmospheric river is once again an actual science term. It says Monday is when an atmospheric river storm heads our way, followed by a second wave along the frontal boundary on Tuesday. Perhaps a third soaking event on Wednesday. So he is talking about Wednesday's event in this as well. It says the folks who rate atmospheric rivers on a 1 to 5 scale are preliminarily putting this at a category form. Yeah, UW model again. This is the 36 kilometer, so the lowest resolution but longest range. Shows the center of moisture during that time. This is 1900 hours Tuesday, so 7 p.m. Tuesday, the 9th. Has the center of IVT transport, or integrated water vapor transport, aimed over the central Oregon coast, with parts of Northern California and the southern Washington coast also getting in on the action. Overall, a good soaking expected across much of the Pacific Northwest with that. See, here's a more updated snapshot of the Snoqualmie near Carnation. Once again, flirting towards major flood stage. It's going to get within about a half foot of major flood stage, maybe less. So just a heads up, if you know anyone down along the Snoqualmie River in the Carnation Duval area, that will be one area to watch for potential major flooding coming up this next week. After 4 potential strong storm systems with subtropical moisture. Yeah, since Scott posted this, a number of these rivers have gone up to moderate flooding in the forecast. See, it only showed 2 before, but they updated the Snohomish near Monroe right here, the Skagit near Mount Vernon and Concrete, as well as the Cowlitz near Randall, are all forecasted, according to forecast models, to exceed moderate flood stage coming up over the next week. And a little disclaimer about the word atmospheric river. He also talks about how it can be overused, but it's still the scientific term to use. He talks about the Olympic rain shadow as well. It's the Olympic rain shadow in its typical spot over Island County and surrounding areas. So predicted 5-day precipitation totals between Saturday night and Thursday night. So later on in the event, still showing some areas over 3 inches, some 4 or higher, even over 5 inches along the I-5 corridor south of Olympia. So really incredible amounts of rain coming soon. Wouldn't be surprised to see more rivers flood than what the forecast is showing, even south of the King County foothills. Here's a little record stat for you guys. It's been 2 years since Seattle had a day with 2+ inches of rain in 1 calendar day. And that seems doable this round. And he says, don't forget, we'll have the high astronomical tides as well and some lower pressure that will present a threat of minor inland waters coastal flooding along the Puget Sound and Salish Sea areas. The highlight right now is the central coast of Washington off of Grays Harbor County, where some areas could see moderate coastal flooding possible Friday afternoon. Then he talks about the breeze too, breezy to windy. While the northwest interior with that westerly surge could remain rather gusty through the midweek as well, with repeated rounds of westerly surges behind these systems. Then that's the end of that blog. Much more enjoyable read in my opinion than Cliff's, but all opinions are my own. And here's a look at the ensemble forecast again. This is just a summation of temperatures, max and minimum, 6-hour precipitation totals, overall total accumulation, and total snow. Notice total snow is blank over the next 10 days. So we got to shut that down real quick. Total precipitation, it's up to 5.52 inches by the time we hit next Saturday. And then this shows 6-hour intervals of precipitation between 0Z and 6Z on December 9th. This would be between 4 p.m. and 10 p.m. on the 8th, because we have to subtract 8 hours from the Zulu time. Between 4 and 10 on the 8th, could see over 3/4 of an inch of precipitation over a 6-hour period, which is incredible. Keith says, be right back. Sounds good. And again, the maximum precipitation for or maximum temperature, excuse me, for the European model is in the mid to upper 50s as we go into the following Friday. So it could pose a chance of getting at near 60 degrees. And notice there's only a 1 to 2 degree spread during this time too, between the minimum and the maximum. It's going to stay really mild and humid when this moisture is aimed directly over us. It is probably not going to feel enjoyable for most of you guys. Literally, at times, could feel like that we're in Hawaii, hence the Pineapple Express name. Yeah. Looks like once we get past the middle of next week, the fire hose backs off a bit. But we will see what happens, because the weather around here is always an enigma. That's what I was trying to say. An enigma. Yeah, I'll be checking back on the river monitor tomorrow for sure. Maybe even later tonight to see what it has to say on that. Because lots of updates to post to Facebook, Patreon, and other services as well. It's almost here, guys. Hopefully you guys took the time to clear out your drains, your gutters, whatever you need to do. Because you're going to need them working at 100% efficiency over the next week. Trust me on that one. Because this is what's coming, and it's coming faster than you can imagine. Keith is back. Welcome back. I'm going to take another water break real quick. Need to stand up as well. All right. Let's see here. A little stretch. All right, Keith, so you got your anemometer. Awesome sauce. So yeah, wider look at the satellite view at the moment. Strong storm system off the coast of Russia and Japan. May look like a cyclone out here over the Philippines. But yeah, this is our upcoming system. Right here. And it extends all the way out here. That's our Pineapple Express coming in. Go check on the NAM, see if the NAM started rendering yet. Not quite, no. But we're almost done with the HER model. So yeah, breezy day Thursday afternoon, settling down and then picking up again Friday morning. Her model has 35 to 40 mile per hour wind gusts off the coast of Alki Point here. Alki, West Seattle area at 9 a.m. on Friday. So we'll have to check how these forecasts progress because it's looking like a blustery day around the area coming up on Friday. Thank you all who are continuing to watch, even during some of the downtime. Just waiting for the rest of the model runs to come in, and then I'll be making a forecast. Boom. NAM 12KM just started rendering, which means the 3KM's right behind it. Still going to take a little bit to get all the frames in. Ooh, frame 42 shows even more. Shows the Lake Washington area hitting 41 mile per hour wind gusts at 10 a.m. on Friday. This could be something to talk about. Just need 6 more frames and we'll be out to 4 p.m. on Friday in range of the HER 3KM model. It has breezy to blustery conditions continuing into the early afternoon hours on Friday. There's 4 more frames to go, and then we'll have a fully rendered NAM 3KM model. Or HER 3KM, excuse me. HER 3KM. But the NAM imagery is just starting to come in very soon. Yeah, that's right, Keith. It looks like the wind up there in the Bellingham area won't be too bad, at least during this initial event. Yeah, no, it does pick up the westerly surge here pretty good on the her, excuse me, as well. Even has parts of Whidbey Island getting up over 45 miles per hour, including the Oak Harbor and Deception Pass areas. This would be at 2 p.m. on Friday. Then notice kind of a little wind blockade going on over the Central Sound. This is likely where a convergence zone could form. You notice too, has a convergence zone forming directly over Stevens Pass. That would be something to see. The has it falling is more of a sleet, as some would call it, than a snow over that area. Yeah, keeping our area exceptionally wet as well. Through the morning time on Friday, I feel like this convergence zone will form a little bit farther to the west. But it's really just let's watch and see kind of ordeal. So this has precipitation filling in around the area tomorrow morning. Could be heavy at times here in the South Sound and the Northwest Interior. And then we're getting a little break as we go into the afternoon time, with some rain picking up again, especially in the South Sound and along the coast as we go into early Friday morning. And Friday's system right now looks pretty progressive. At least in what the HRRR model is showing, it looks rather progressive. Okay, AM3 cam starting to render. Here we go. Yeah, look at that convergence zone extending all the way over the eastern Washington. That would be a sight to see. Let's go to the previous 18Z NAM. It's kind of a similar story for Friday, but maybe more widespread precipitation in the morning. So yeah, it looks like the bulk of that precipitation falls early in the morning on Friday, and I mean early in the morning. By the time we hit 10 p.m. on Friday, not too much going on yet. Alright. Start waiting for some more frames to render. This might take a while. Check to see if anything's changed on the river forecast. Not seeing any new changes so far. Nope, not seeing any new changes. So, good news. All right, is there anything anybody else wants to talk about while we're waiting for the models to run? Anyone wants any conversation starters? I feel like the station's always glitching out. Always. Calm before the rain and wind. Yes. The calm is inevitable. This will be the slowest time of the next week right now. Yeah, like Keith said, at this point, it's just a matter of waiting. Again, best way to support if you guys like the stream is to send coffees. Or you can send stars on Facebook. Trying to work our way up towards additional features like super chats and channel memberships here on YouTube. But still have ways to go. Usually when I stream in the afternoon time, I would have started streaming at 5 o'clock. Usually when most of my audience is there. So, not sure if the YouTube algorithm is just going against me or something, but... So true, Keith. All right. Sonia, good to see you're still there. I thought maybe you would have gotten bored and left. Which most people did already. I pretty much already talked about what I need to talk about. Now we're just waiting for more model runs to come out, and if anyone needs anything restated for them, which they would have missed, can gladly go over again what I said before. We're starting to render the frames here pretty quick, so that's good news. And then eventually, before you know it, the next GFS run will come out too. Yep, now we're just counting down the hours until the active weather starts. Very soon. It's on the way. Be ready for it. Kite surfers will be out. May even see the surfers overall over the water if we have minor tidal overflow like they're forecasting. Some of it could make its way into the Puget Sound. Although nowhere near intense as off the coast, where we'll have the king tides and low pressure. It's nowhere near as intense as the beginning of November, though. You know, that event was just built different. See the coastal flood post still getting around. It looks like it's a little slower than most posts right now. But we will just have to wait and see as we get closer. Interest in the event should really start to go up. Should. All right, we're up to 13 likes here on YouTube, and we're a little bit shy of 100 views. One of the slower streams, one of the more boring streams, I will admit. Wish I had some more interesting stuff to talk about, but it's just not currently happening right now. We're starting to see some shower echoes pop up here over Vancouver Island. But right now, just clouds over the area. It's exceptionally overcast. Can play a loop of the last 6 hours or so. Show you guys a little something. "43 degrees and cloudy up in Bellingham. That isn't normal, boring weather. I don't know what is. I'm definitely ready for a change. I'm 100% ready for a change in the weather. Back to our usually storm train pattern for this time of the year. So yeah, you notice how the clouds are going up and over the ridge. That's down here on the bottom of the screen. The ridge is what's really making this happen. Steering the moisture into the area. And all the way down from the Hawaiian Islands. That's your atmospheric river right there, folks. Yep, this is the high pressure right down here. It is all too evident. The high pressure retrograding that far south is the reason why the weather is getting active here again. You can thank that high pressure for finally backing off. And 44 in Everett. Let's go check out my station down the street. Let's wait for the site to load real quick. There we go, okay. 43 in my area right now. 42.3, humidity 97%. It is muggy out there. And current pressure is still pretty high, so we still have some influence from that high pressure in the area. It's 30.07 inches of mercury right now, which is a bit above 1010 millibars. This is closing in on 1020 millibars, which is pretty decently high pressure. And you're going to notice that pressure begin to drop off as the systems start coming back into play. See, the temperature hasn't changed very much at all today. Had a max high of 46 degrees around 1:54. And a low of about 41.2 degrees at 8:04 this morning. And wind direction has bounced around quite a bit, but mostly out of the east. This is using an ultrasonic anemometer, so it doesn't use the 3-cup anemometer or the wind vane. It's all ultrasonic in one unit. And no, it's not one of those Tempest ones either. It's an ambient weather WS5000 weather station. It's mounted about 5 feet above my roof line, which is about 30 feet above ground level. So about 35 feet in the air. But surrounded by trees on all sides, so it's really hard to get accurate measurements, especially with southwest and westerly winds. Does pretty well for easterly wind events, though, and northerlies, but the usual wind direction, it doesn't always pick up as well because of those darn evergreens behind my house. Miraculously, we had a 0 UV index the entire day. So sun did not reach the ground, or did not reach the ground well enough to get at least a 1 UV index once today. That isn't the big dark. I don't know what is the big dark. And no measurable precip at my house today either. I see the pressure starting to fall a little bit. See, we gained another follower. Not showing up on the alerts right now. It probably will very shortly. Yeah, guys, we're going to stream as long as possible for you guys. Already been a whopping 5 hours. Who knows, can we make it till 8 o'clock? I think so, there's a shot. So yeah, for anyone just tuning in to the stream, still going. Been going since before 1 o'clock today. Pretty much put my whole day into doing this stream. But yeah, temperatures beginning to fall up at my place. This is the Kingsgrove weather station, station KWA Fetter 151. It says it's the WS2090, but they didn't have any WS5000 designation. So it's posing as a, what was that again? As a 2090, but it's actually a WS5000 station. So yeah, let's see what we got here. No new 1 hour precip amounts down here in the South Sound. So most, if not all, of the precipitation has already dried up with this round. Just some light passing showers, not too much happened today. This is what happened over the last 24 hours. Ignore the numbers with purple. Those are outliers. But a lot of the South and Central Sound did not get any rainfall accumulations today. Mainly stayed up here in the Northwest interior. But a lot of traces too throughout the Central and North Sound up here. A lot of traces along the coast too, but this is going to be changing. We're going to be watching these numbers closely as we go through the next week to see how much precip we've accumulated over this time. So we go to 72-hour amounts. All right, there's Mark out of Ladysmith, BC. Hello. Have the winds gone down for the storm on Friday? Well, guess I'm going to leave that up to you to determine. And we'll show you what data set we're working with here. I'll have to check up for your area, but the winds have actually remained pretty steady for Friday's incoming system around the Sound. We're looking at this westerly surge up here, affecting its usual spots like Whidbey Island and possibly Port Townsend, Sequim, Port Angeles. But when it comes to your area in particular, I have to zoom out to see the boundaries of Vancouver Island. The Ladysmith's right about in there. I guess it really depends on your general area, but at least for the Puget Sound area and areas affected by the westerly surge, they've remained the same or bounced around a little bit. Keith says, weather tidbit. When the pressure is lower over an area, there's less air on top of the region. Low pressures rotate counterclockwise. This is true. And high pressure rotates the opposite way. Rotates clockwise in the northern hemisphere. Just have to say the northern hemisphere, because if you're in the southern hemisphere, low pressure rotates clockwise and high pressure rotates counterclockwise. This is why storms move the opposite direction when you're in the southern hemisphere compared to the north. So still looks breezy for the Nanaimo Ladysmith area Friday, but not overly intense. It's only showing around 20 to 25 mile per hour wind gusts as we go into Saturday. See, overall, calm day around the area Thursday, tomorrow. Then things start to degrade a bit as we go through Friday and Saturday when that next initial system comes in. Mark says he usually gets winds from the southeast. Yeah, we can look at this a little bit closer as well. We can look at the wind direction and wind barbs. Early in the morning on Friday, it initially has winds bouncing out of the southeast or east. Then once the system starts to come in, when the winds pick up, it'll be more so out of the south or southwest. And then they'll curve around Vancouver Island a bit. So you may get some very shallow south or southeasterly winds. The strongest of winds will stay well to your south. Showing some southeasterly winds for a Sunday system, though, that may need to keep tabs on. Because Sunday could get a little breezy. For the Nanaimo area, it has around 22 miles per hour, but for Ladysmith, it could be anywhere in the 20 to 30 mile per hour range. Sunday's storm does look windy so far. And yeah, you're protected from the southwest, of course, for obvious reasons, because you have a whole island right there to keep you protected. Yeah, you usually got to worry about those northwesterlies or those southeasterlies most of the time. Looks much breezier going into Monday night and Tuesday as well with that next atmospheric river system. Looking like a pretty big punch to the area when it comes to wind and rain with Monday night and Tuesday morning system. That's the one that's really been on a lot of people's radars. And now they're also watching a time period for Wednesday night and Thursday morning as well. So we could have 4 pretty big systems impact our area through next Thursday, which will be interesting to say the least. I'm going to be posting a lot of updates to Facebook and Patreon. And if you haven't already, consider checking out the free Patreon blog that I have. Shown here, the Puget Sound Stormwatch blog. I have the link posted in the chat in the YouTube description, and you can also find this on Facebook as well. But if you're already subscribed on Facebook, you don't have to resubscribe here on Patreon. It's basically the same posts cross-posted. Just as a heads up in case, you have any ideas. But yeah, my most recent update about the coastal flood alerts. This is mainly for if you don't have Facebook and still want to keep track of the blogs. It's easy to create a free account and follow along. It's a few posts that are premium, but you can try a 7-day free trial to look at all the posts, including the locked ones. Just an example of some maps and other text items that I post. Just if you want to consider that. That would be the best way to get the information as quick as possible. So far, Monday night's system looks like the windiest around the area. Even up here in the Ladysmith, Nanaimo area, it's in the 35 to 40 mile per hour range. With these winds coming out of the south and veering to more out of the southeast as they go around Vancouver Island here. But mainly out of the south, southwest, or south through much of the Puget Sound area. Our usual wind direction around here. Yeah, Ladysmith may be in a little bit of a hole in here. This could be some of the sheltering from the southerly winds. Keith says, looking at the AR scale for the inlands is saying between AR1 and AR3. We can go over that one more time as well. The atmospheric river forecast. Yeah, so if you go look at the GFS model, or the GEFS in this case, this is the ensemble version. You look at the control forecast, the control has a category 4 for all of the Washington and Oregon coast. You change it to the ensemble average, it knocks it down to a category 3. And then the European, both the ensemble and the control are hanging on to category 3, with the North Washington coast being downgraded to a category 2 if you look at the European control forecast. But overall, it looks like the average trend is going to be around the category 3 forecast for the next 7 days. Now, again, this doesn't pertain to just one atmospheric river. This is a summation of them all over the next 7 days. I'm usually leaning more towards what the ECMWF has to show than the GEFS. The ECMWF is usually more accurate in almost every way. Comes to wind, rain, snow. The GFS does have its winds from time to time, but not as much as the European does. And showing the bulk of the category 3 atmospheric river happening at around 7 a.m. on the 8th, if I'm reading this correctly, around 15Z on December 8th. So yeah, that would be 7 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. Lasting through the rest of the forecast period, which goes out to 12Z on the 10th. This is 4 a.m. on December 10th. So you're shown here at B. Because the duration is going to be between 24 to 48 hours, with IVT values, integrated water vapor transport, between 750 to 1,000 kilograms per meter second. That's how they measure them. Couple new comments coming in. Someone said, I love it. Another one said, King Tide's coming up. Yep, King Tides are on the way. What will the winds be like near Enumclaw? That one was 57 minutes ago. Am I missing comments here on Facebook again? Wow, unbelievable. Sorry guys, my Facebook comments have been frozen for the last 3 hours. I just had to refresh them. Yeah, Debbie Frosh says, am I in the right spot this time? Yes, you are. If you're still watching, wow, I am super sorry. Not sure what's going on with my Facebook comment section, but I had this issue one time before where I was backed up on hours of Facebook comments. It's very unfortunate that that happened again. Hopefully that's something that Facebook fixes, because it's not the first time that that's happened. Sonia says, King Tide in California today was very spicy. Yeah, the King Tides are coming for the Washington coast. Jeez, can't believe how many comments were missed on Facebook. You just have to keep refreshing that window every few minutes just to see if anything else pops up. Too bad. YouTube's having issues getting the stream notifications out to subscribers who ring the bell, and now Facebook's having issues getting me my comments. Keith says, I like this website, very informative. Yeah, I do too. I still think some of these are a little sophisticated, but you know, once you begin to really hone in on what this website's trying to show, it becomes much easier to decipher. So yeah, right now the forecast between most of the models is showing in Category 3 atmospheric river impacting southern Vancouver Island, Washington coast, and the northern and central Oregon coasts over the next 7 days. Yeah, I guess I'm just going to have to keep refreshing Facebook comments. Sonia says, YouTube chat always freezing on my end. I haven't had as many problems with YouTube chat freezing. It's more so been Facebook recently. I had that issue a few months ago when I was doing a live stream on Facebook, and I just remember refreshing and just getting a whole plethora of comments just coming in at once. It was embarrassing that I didn't see all of those comments come in, and just felt kind of ashamed. Probably why most of the Facebook audience already left. There's only one person viewing right now. There's still a few of you hanging out on YouTube. See a couple of likes coming in from time to time. How do you see that info? Well, I'll put the site down below for you right now in YouTube. So that's the site used to find all of the information as shown here. This is the previous 7 days shown as observed, and this is the future 7-day forecast. This is showing that in the past 7 days, most of the Washington coast did not see an atmospheric river. The extreme southern Washington coast saw a Category 1, and the extreme northern Oregon coast saw a Category 2 over the last 7 days. This is the forecast. You can choose all of your forecast parameters up in these boxes here. You can see coastal, you can see the foothills. Let's see, I moved it to the foothills and it shows Category 2 status here in the southern Washington Cascades and Category 1 for the central and northern. Change it to inland. See, it's a little less, and then interior west. So yeah, there's a lot of customization with this site, and makes it pretty easy to navigate for the most part. Wow, yeah, I had comments showing up 3 hours back that I completely missed. Thought maybe keeping the comments in a separate window would, keep it running smoothly. And it worked every time up until today, since my last little issue that I had. What a bust on Facebook's part. And no problems with internet connection either. Let's see, we got climate report summaries that came out. We can pull up the climate report summary for SeaTac Airport. It's valid as of 5 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. So the climate record period goes back to 1945. So it's 80 years since records began at SeaTac. So maximum temperature today, 46 degrees, observed at 4 p.m. Record was 60, set in 1965, and the normal is 48. So we were 2 degrees below normal, and we saw 43 degrees last year for the max high. Minimum was 42, set at 9:17 a.m. this morning, and the record low was 27 in 1994. Normal value is 38, so our low is actually 4 degrees above average. And last year, we saw a minimum temperature of 28 degrees. We were pretty cold during this time last year. Then again, average observed value is 44. Normal is 43, so 1 degree above normal. And last year, the average temperature was 36 degrees. Today, no precipitation measured. But back in 2007, with that big coastal gale event that we had, whopping 3.77 inches of precipitation measured in 1 day. Normal value is 0.19 inches, which of course is negative 0.19 inches from normal. And last year, no precipitation. Over the last 3 days so far, we've only gotten 0.01 inches of precipitation. So far, of course, it's only 3 days in, but still. Normal value month to date for this time, for 3 days in, is 0.57 inches. So, drastically dry to begin December for SeaTac. Last year, also no precipitation. See, snowfall. Remember, around 3 years ago today, we had snowfall around the area. Even coming up on December 23rd, I believe, will be 3 years since we had a widespread ice storm around the area. Although not as intense as 2012, and I think the year was 1994, I believe someone said. 1994 we had an ice storm. It might have been 96. But yeah, obviously no snowfall. But we just had a pretty good year in 2022. That winter was overall pretty good for snow and ice around the area. And basically no wind. Highest gust speed was only 12 miles per hour. Average wind speed of 1.9 miles per hour. The humidity at exactly midnight, we were at 93% relative humidity, and at 1 p.m. today, down to 71% humidity. And for the day coming up, tomorrow, normal maximum temperature for tomorrow is 48 degrees. The record was 60, set in 1945. Minimum 38. Record was a low of 21, set in 94. That's about all that needs to be said for the climate summaries for the area. Not much more interesting than that, I'm afraid. Let's refresh these comments again because I'm not going to trust Facebook anytime soon to get all the comments updated. But yeah, sorry again if you're watching and I missed your comment earlier. If you're still watching and need it answered again, go ahead and give me a buzz on Facebook. Just post in the comment section with your question again. And I'll make sure to get back to it as soon as I possibly can. Mark says they are only saying periods of rain in my forecast where I live Thursday through Sunday. Well, your area might be sheltered from the strongest of the atmospheric river. Most of that moisture is going to be aimed down towards Washington where I am. So that seems pretty believable. Could have some brief periods of heavier rain up there, but most of it won't make it across to the other side of Vancouver Island. So that actually seems like a pretty reasonable forecast for the Ladysmith, BC area. See, a couple more followers coming in. Awesome. See, 3 of you guys hanging out on Facebook, 5 of you guys on YouTube. I think it may be time for another intermission here soon. Yeah, lots of weather models get it wrong where I live. I believe it. Your area on that backside of Vancouver Island, it can be pretty tricky to forecast. For sure. Doesn't always take into account the rain shadow that Vancouver Island places on itself. On the back end of it facing the Strait of Georgia, usually the coast absorbs most of the moisture before it moves that far inland. So completely reasonable to see why the weather models don't always get it right. Let's see how far in. It's been a while since I've checked the NAM. I was going to say the NAM should be almost done by now. Yeah, this has some of that wind making it into Ladysmith and Nanaimo. But again, most of the wind being sheltered by Vancouver Island. And this is coming out of the west direction as well, so it's not really going to pick up as much on the east side of Vancouver Island here. So you notice how not much of this comes up or down the Strait of Georgia. At least with Friday's system. It looks like wind gusts pick up rapidly around the area as soon as the sun comes up Friday, with wind gusts already hitting 30 miles per hour across the Seattle-Tacoma area by 8 a.m. Then it has sustained wind gusts getting close to 40 miles per hour if this were to verify. Going into lunchtime, and same with dinner time around the area. And the westerly surge is going strong, just to the south of Vancouver Island. This is between Vancouver Island and Clallam and Jefferson counties here in Washington. The aforementioned westerly surge affecting parts of Whidbey Island, Skagit County, San Juan County, and parts of Clallam and Jefferson counties as well. As Keith said, but it can all change. It can all change, that's for sure. Guess we have a case of something to post to the page tonight. Zoom in a little bit. I wonder what the radar shows. It still shows that convergence zone. Yeah, this is Thursday's system, drying out a bit over the area, and then the Friday's system comes in pretty early in the morning. Looks like it keeps the heaviest precip over the foothills and mountains. But Friday's system's not looking as wet now. Actually, it probably even looking wetter tomorrow compared to Friday. At least initially, that's what I see. But the NAM's not picking up on that convergence zone as well as the HER was. This could be it up here, though. It's 6 p.m. on Friday. That looks like a pretty decent convergence zone over the area. You see, that would fall in the form of heavy snow over the North Cascades. Check out the progression of snow over the mountains. Maybe like right on the cusp of rain and snow at Snoqualmie, but falling purely as snow to start things out at Stevens tomorrow morning. Then Thursday's system dries out, and then the subtropical moisture begins to come in Friday, and you notice those snow levels go way up. See, raining at Stevens and Snoqualmie by Friday morning. But could turn back to snow. It looks like it turns back to snow briefly Friday night. And that is currently the end of that forecast model. But be watching this gradient that comes through too, because it has, between the Olympic Mountains and Southwest Washington, it has a whopping 8 millibar gradient right there. That could certainly stir up the winds quite a bit. See, this is showing 40-mile-per-hour winds between Seattle and Tacoma by 11 p.m. Friday night. Still holding on at 40 down here in Tacoma at midnight. I just don't want to believe precisely what the NAM is showing yet. Because sometimes the NAM has a bias of overdoing these. Sometimes it hits though. It can hit on occasion. It can be a hit and not a bust. Just watch the trends closely, but it may be worth making a post about right now. Actually, kind of want to make this a loop. So we're going to make a GIF out of it real quick. But I want to wait till the model run is finished. So just need three more frames. Yeah, Keith says he will take the gusts with a grain of salt. That's fairly reasonable. I'm going to start the process of what some people call model writing again. It's literally writing each model to follow the trends. A lot of people actually prefer this though. I've kind of reached out to see if people would prefer more model runs or just like one concrete model run and just ride with it, you know, from that point on. But some people have told me they actually enjoy seeing regular model updates. So I'm going to keep it like that. Let's see how much more it trends up. Because still has that westerly surge going all the way into 3 a.m. Saturday, too. Just one more frame and then we'll send it. Yes, for you Facebook people, this is a little behind the scenes of how I generate a forecast. I'm going to turn this into a GIF, a GIF, and post it to the Facebook page. And Mark says, I somehow don't trust that model. Yeah, this model does have an occasional bias to overdo, but I'm typically pretty good about putting the disclaimers on. It's like, hey, this is only one model forecast, but it could happen. It could happen. Can you imagine if I didn't post this and it did happen? That would be a real slap in the face. So we're going to go full image size and we're going to go very short frames. Every frame. That way you can still stop and pause. Ooh, that's not very short. It's not supposed to go that fast. Weird. And notice how medium is slower. Like, oh, because I'm going the wrong way. That's why. Geez, I've been on here too long. There we go. About 2 seconds per run here. That's more believable now. This gives you more than enough time to pause to check out each individual run here. But notice it's been progressive with the westerly surge. The Windy app is calling 41 kilometers where I live Saturday morning out of the west. So about 25 miles per hour is what you're saying. Yeah, that's a little bit of a hard one to follow along with, for sure. So we're gonna post this out to Facebook real quick while I'm still live. And also gonna cross post it to Patreon as well if you YouTube folks want to check it out on Patreon. Ooh, 331 reactions on my post earlier. 37 shares. To send a couple more page invites as well. So yeah, I'm gonna go back to the her again. See what the her shows before I start jumping the gun here. So even the her is showing around the same. The her is actually showing a little more for this area. That is 4 p.m. on Friday though, so 47 over Vashon Island would be considerable. Is the Windy app the wind model to trust? Well, it might be different if you're using the free version, but the Windy app, which is a little more, quite a bit more simplified than the PC app that I'm using here. If you go to Wind, it allows you to change the certain model that you're looking at. By default, it's showing the European. But you can look at others like the GFS, high resolution HER, and the NAM 5 cam, which is sort of like the NAM 3 cam equivalent. And you can just compare these model runs. And you're in an area near the Con US, so you're not cut off from the Con US coverage of the high-res models as well. So you can go through the forecast over the next few days and check to see what each individual model run shows. You know, you don't have to be stuck on the European model. Gives you the option to change things around quite a bit. That's one thing I like about Windy, is its personalization. But yeah, the NAM's agreeing with what the HER shows, and it's agreeing with what the European shows, for the most part. The European again showing 41 miles per hour between 4 and 10 p.m. Friday for Seattle. So the potential's definitely there. Some stronger wind gusts. We'll just have to keep our eyes peeled. Just trying to figure out how I want to word this initially. New data coming in tonight in range of Friday's fun. I'll just say event, because some people will get on me if I call it fun, because they won't have fun. So I just got to make sure it appeases everybody, or as close to as many people as possible. So I'm not sounding insensitive by any means. Event sounds great. Thank you for your input, Keith. making sure I don't throw this completely out of proportion on accident. High-res North American forecast model has begun to uptrend slightly for wind gusts around western Washington throughout the day Friday. Nope, that's not the right button. That is. Let's make sure I have a reference here that I can view. I got to talk about that westerly surge as well. That's a huge thing to talk about. Can't forget that. The area of no wind for Snohomish County is where a convergence zone is likely to form. As usual with a weather event coming up, more updates will follow. I think that sounds pretty concrete. New data coming in tonight in range of Friday's event. High-res North American forecast model has begun to uptrend slightly for wind gusts around western Washington throughout the day Friday. Some wind gusts could get close to 40 miles per hour overnight Friday going into Saturday morning. I gotta mention the wind direction because someone bit me on this earlier, how I forgot to put the wind direction. Winds across the Puget Sound will be out of the southwest direction. Can't forget that. It said, notice the area of red along the Strait of Juan de Fuca, as shown here. That is the westerly surge. Wind gusts along Whidbey Island could exceed 45 miles per hour at times from Friday afternoon all the way into Saturday morning. The area of, in that quote, no wind over Snohomish County is where a convergence zone is likely to form. As usual with a weather event coming up, more updates will follow. I think that's a pretty solid write-up. Of course, put my hashtags, including WAWWX, Washington Weather. Wind, rain, storm. Of course, Puget Sound, storm watch. And that should be that. So we're gonna post. A lot of banging around outside. For some reason, there's been a work van outside my window for like the last couple of days. I've noticed while I've been here. Not sure what that's about. Of course, it's gonna take a minute for it to show up on the Facebook wall, so I can change it to make sure that only followers can comment, since several people ruined that privilege, as well as the bots. Haven't had a lot of issues with bots ever since I made that change. There it is. You have to follow the page for more than 24 hours to comment. Bet there'll be a number of comments, even though I say, you know, I give a range, people still ask for particular little cities here and there. And I just try my best to tell people it's a range because solutions will vary based on where you are exactly. Now, of course, make a post over to Patreon as well. So cross post for you Patreon folks coming right up. So he says Mark Skelton joined as a free member. I'm guessing that's you, Mark 12SA, right? That's you. Thank you for joining along the blog. Yeah, that's the best place outside of Facebook to get my blog posts as quickly as possible. So we're making the blog post to Patreon right now. Okay, that is you, Mark. All right, perfect. Yeah, welcome to Patreon. Just made the new blog post on Patreon if you want to go check that out. Windy days ahead for Friday-Saturday. As well as the very slow-moving GIF. If you want to see the time and date in Pacific Standard Time, right up here. So yeah, new data coming into range. As usual, with the weather event coming up, more updates will follow. Be posting an update tomorrow morning with any new model imagery that I see. That is the expectation. Already reached out to 4 people. Perfect. Good start. Another follower on Facebook. Perfect. 75 likes on Facebook. Awesome sauce. Thank you guys for continuing to like. On YouTube, still hanging on at 14. Looks like there's a few of you still looking right now, and we're about to hit 100 views here soon. So it's on the way. Yeah, so NAM is off the press. The GFS should start rendering in the next couple of hours, followed by the European. Yeah, even the European is showing these wind gusts around the area too. And I'll post this for reference as well. It says a little comparison on Facebook. Wow, Keith, you are devoted to this, aren't you? Been with you since you started. Thank you, Keith. You're a real one, for sure. This is between 10 p.m. Friday and 4 a.m. Saturday. So I'm saying for reference to the European model, which usually nails these events, it has areas of 30 to 40 mile per hour wind gusts, a few spots higher between 10 p.m. Friday and 4 a.m. Saturday. Confidence continues to increase for a blustery day across most of western Washington Friday. Yes, Sonia, I agree. That is great. Hopefully that helps to answer a few questions that people may have. Refresh the Facebook comments again. Nothing new right now from what I can see. So yeah, if the European's showing it, and it's been showing it for several runs, then confidence seems pretty high going into this event. It's been fluctuating around a little bit, but the verdict is still there. It shows a windy day on tap for Friday. See how much it's actually been trending up around the area over the last few days. Good sign if you want the wind. Another blustery day Sunday, and yet another one Monday night and Tuesday morning. It's just going to be system after system after system coming in. Folks, can't believe I'm saying this, but I've been streaming for over 6 hours. Already up there as the second or third longest stream I've ever hosted on this channel. Of course, the primary goal is to reach people who I haven't really reached before, or who may have missed some of the live streams before, trying to get a chance to reach as many people as possible. And we're also trying to build a lot of those watch hours for YouTube. But even with the long stream like this, we still need a lot of work. Still need a lot of people to be watching. I am just one view shy of 100 though on YouTube, so that's good news. We're heading in the right direction. So like if I calculate it right, we're going to be right around 25 and a half additional watch hours. But you average that out over a 6-hour stream, that's around 4 people watching consistently, which is kind of rough. But those 4 people who have been here, thank you guys for hanging along. You know, Keith, Sonia, Mark, etc. You guys know who you are. Much appreciated. I think barring any last minute comments, questions, and concerns, we just hit 100 views finally on YouTube. think we're going to begin to wrap things up for the night because it looks like most of the Facebook audience has already left. There's actually no one watching at the moment. And only a few of you hanging around YouTube still. So I think this is going to be the perfect time to wrap things up for the evening. I can get some melatonin and head to bed for another long day tomorrow. Someone said, thank you for this ahead of the curve update. Believe that was the most recent post, which it was not. It was the one before that. Keith says, congratulations. Yeah, I remember when it was stormy, I used to hit 100 views in maybe an hour or less. The streams have just been really slow over the last month or two outside of October and early November. It's been, yeah, like almost sleepy. But yeah, my voice box is hurting, so it's definitely a good time to start to wrap things up. So that's what we're going to do. Anyone has any last minute things they'd like to address? Otherwise, we're going to begin to wind down for the night. Yep, like Sony says, thank you everyone again for joining us. We'll see you guys around for the next stream, which I believe tomorrow night will also be another stream, except around this around the more traditional time frame, so like 5 p.m. or so. I actually want to get a few things done while it's raining tomorrow, believe it or not. Yeah, I will certainly get some rest for sure. I'm going to have a much better sleep tonight than I did the night before. Randy might be on at 8:45 tomorrow night. Yeah, tomorrow night's probably going to be one of the better nights to stream. At least it'll be between weather events and not during. I'll probably be streaming the next few nights, actually, if all goes well. I may not stream Sunday night because of football, but all the other nights look like goes by the looks of it. So we'll just wait and see how things transpire, however you want to say it. All right, folks, thanks. That's going to be all. Appreciate everyone for coming into the stream tonight. Sorry if I missed your comments on Facebook. Having the comment section act up a little bit, so apologies again for that. But my YouTube audience, thank you again for joining along, as usual. Looks like we added about 25 and a half watch hours to the arsenal. So it's a small step towards a huge achievement later on down the stretch. Have a good night, everyone. Anthony here with Puget Sound Stormwatch, finally calling it quits. I probably should have done this like half the time ago, but decided to wait for as many people to join as possible over the day period. So have a good night, everyone. Take care. See you all tomorrow, more than likely.